The video is, quote, this is the president. The video has since been published and misrepresents my comments offered in a spirit of empathy and clarity. Florida Tech is taking appropriate legal action. So let's talk about that legal action. They want to sue me. They want to sue the person who recorded this. But in the state of Florida, since many of you are asking, while Florida is a two-party consent state to record, according to our lawyer guidance, we are clear on this end. The principle was examined in the case of Cohen Brothers, LLC versus Emmy Corporation, Florida, 2004. The court determined that business professionals engaged in a conference call to discuss business matters did not have a reasonable expectation of privacy, especially when there are 25 people in the room. The ruling suggests that in certain contexts, such as business-related discussions in settings where confidentiality isn't inherently expected, participants are likely not entitled to privacy protections under Florida's recording laws. So, they sent me a cease and desist letter last night. They want to get a prior restraint, stop me from doing my journalism. And we've gotten messages from citizen journalists in the state of Florida who know these lawyers who want to go ambush them. And this is the future of citizen journalism, not me doing it, but you doing it. This is Richard E. Mitchell sending me a cease and desist. So that's where we bring it to you guys. We are looking to hire lawyers, not $1,000 an hour lawyers, but people who want to work for OMG. And we're looking for a lawyer to represent this man. So why don't we give people a call? I can't use my cell phone because I'm on the air. So if one of you wants to hand me your phone, we're going to go ahead and call lawyers to try to interview lawyers on the air. That's right. Never before done. I'm tired of $1,000 an hour. You can go straight to hell if you're going to charge a hero $1,000 an hour for doing the right thing. Screw you. Oh, but my mother's a lawyer. My sister's a... Screw you too. We need people in this country who actually give a damn. And if you want to become a millionaire off the backs of a corrupt system, you can go to Dante's Inferno where you belong, and you can quote me on that. Nobody likes lawyers. But my cousin's a lawyer. I really don't care. I really don't care who you know who's a lawyer. I'm going to call these are good people that have applied to work for me. We're going to call them live on the air, and we are going to interview them about this situation and see how they can help. And I know that you're giving me a thumbs up, Zachary Apotheker, Michael Casey, because you understand what it's like having to pay all these legal bills just to do the right thing. It's unjust. It's un-American. We're looking to hire lawyers full-time at OMG. So here we go. This is David applying to be a lawyer. Work for James O'Keefe. Here we go.
Hello.
Hi, David. This is James O'Keefe.
Hey, James. How are you?
Hi. You're live on the inside in front of tens of thousands of people, 100,000 people. And just a few minutes, we're looking for an attorney. Would you like to be a lawyer for OMG?
Yeah, I would definitely like to be a lawyer for OMG.
So this is like going to be a 2 to 3 minute job interview. Won't ask you a lot of specific questions because we're public. But tell me, what law do you specialize in? Where do you live? Do you do civil, criminal?
I do civil, admin, and constitutional. And I would like to not disclose where I live.
Understood. I mean, what state are you in?
Yeah, so I'm my main state that I'm licensed in. I'd say my home state is South Dakota. I have a few other federal admissions that I have also, and I'd like to get more under my belt.
So this whistleblower is in trouble. Are you licensed in Florida?
I'm not licensed.
Okay, so let's just talk. So for OMG, tell me about just real quick, tell me about why you want to work for OMG. What are your core values? I've had really bad experiences with lawyers. They like to bill me hundreds of thousands of dollars, make money off a corrupt system. Are you different? What's your passion in the law?
Actually, I do take a different approach, but I'd like, first of all, I understand the battleground you're fighting on. It's not just, we're talking about plaintiffs and defendants. I think we're talking about good and evil.
Good and evil. I love that.
And that's not just a battleground. In some cases, I think there might be like a river slime, like that's evil, that's negatively charged, like in Ghostbusters 2. There's some pretty nasty people after you. So my approach to the practice of law is different. One of the reasons I have a presence on YouTube, in my social media presence, it covers things like the very expensive Westlaw subscription. It's totally overpowered. That makes me, I'm not just an attorney. I can make myself into like 50 attorneys with the power of Westlaw AI, let's say, and there's various other tools that I bring to the table.
And let me just think, are you willing to work full time as an attorney for OMG?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, our core values, listen up, everybody: selfless and self-sacrifice, unstoppable, courageous, excellent, doing the right thing always, and unbreakable. Let's talk about unbreakability. Tell me a time in your life that you've been completely tested to your breaking point and survived and thrived despite that. To the extent that you're comfortable sharing that live.
Sure. It's publicly available information.
All right.
Before I got into law school, before I attended law school, I got into a little bit of trouble when I found some pretty serious critical vulnerabilities on Florida's election servers in 2015, late 2015, 2016. Like people I think could have gone in there and taken people off the voter roll, not changed votes, right, but like drop voters here and there in patches, make it look bad. They would be essentially turned into provisional ballots, but wouldn't be counted unless there's, some action brought. So I pointed this out. I knew I was going to get in trouble. I wrote the report on how to fix it, what was going on and how to fix it. Best case scenario, I would have gotten a pat on the back, right? But worst case scenario kind of happened when they brought a case against me. And, it started out as 3 felonies. And that's pretty heavy stuff. But I, was able to knock it down to 2 misdemeanors and started law school basically in a jail cell.
Wow. And you started law school in a jail, so that is an unusual thing.
That's a little bit of an exaggeration. I would drive to jail on the weekends.
Drive to jail. Okay, well.
And study in jail.
Well, we got to go with the next applicant, but anything you want me to know in considering hiring you as an attorney for OMG?
No, I think we really went over it, James. Just good luck and, Godspeed, sir.
Thank you for picking up the phone, and thank you for your time. We'll be in touch.
You too.
This is kind of a novel concept, everyone. We're interested in finding God-fearing, courageous, selfless, excellent, moral, unbreakable people. And most humans don't have all of those things. We also want to hear from you. If you are an attorney in the state of Florida, please come in on the show. We will talk to you live on the spaces. We'll let in people, team, if they're a Florida person. We're looking for a lawyer to represent our whistleblower. I'm not signing a $50,000 retainer. I'm not doing it. Why? Because it's wrong. That's why. We're trying to find people who care. Let's go to Stacy. She's a Florida attorney. Here we go. You're live on with James O'Keefe. We're interviewing lawyers, trying to find some good lawyers. That's ironic because it's kind of impossible, but we're going to do it anyway. This is Stacy in Florida. Let's see what she has to say about working as an attorney for OMG. We also have another one after this.
Hello.
Hi, Stacy. This is James O'Keefe.
Yes, hi. How are you?
Hi there. I'm looking for a good lawyer in the state of Florida to represent our person who's in trouble right now.
Right. I'm a good lawyer, but my concern is that I'm not, that's not my area that I practiced in. I am licensed here. I'm all about the cause, believe me. But you're talking about the whistleblower, right?
Yes. Well, we're talking about 2 different things. I think it's representing this whistleblower who did not break the law. And it's legal to record people in Florida as long as you're in an area of no expectation of privacy. Or we're talking about you.
Yeah.
Or you can.
True.
We're hiring a general counsel for OMG. Those are the 2 options. Which of those are you interested in?
Well, I don't know. Why don't you tell me how you think I could best help?
Well, let's start. Let's start by saying that you are all about the cause. Tell me how you are all about the cause. What about you makes you all about the cause?
Well, I'm on board with having an America that is following the law, representing the Constitution, that people's rights, that this is our country, that we own this country as voters, that this is our country. We should not be run by a bunch of bureaucrats. We're MAGA all the way, voted for Trump in 2016, went to his, rallies, the whole thing. I've raised 5 kids, got 19 grandchildren. I care about what my America is for them.
Tell me a time that you reached a
the
breaking point and you didn't break.
Oh, my God, I've been through it a lot.
What's the worst thing you've ever been through?
Oh my God, well, I've been through a bombing in LaGuardia and I've been through a kidnapping, but those are
Wow,
personal things.
those are personal things. Those are horrible things. How about, let me go first. I've been arrested by the FBI. I've been raided by the FBI. I've been sued 50 times. I was fired from the company I founded. Now you go. What's the worst thing? No, I'm serious. If you want to work, if you tell me that I'm not, if you tell
I know
me,
what you've been through.
no, but
You know, I
the
do.
reason I'm saying that is because I am looking for warriors
Somebody that
who
can take the fight.
are not going to bill whistleblowing heroes $1,000 an hour to do the right thing.
I'm not into anything for the money. Here's where let me just step back. Here's who I am, okay? No, I haven't been out. I was at the, I've done things like been at the first, tax Tea Party rallies and things like that. But no, I haven't been out there like you have. Who has been? Hardly anybody.
Not asking
No,
you to be out there
but-
like I have, just asking you to tell me a moment that you've been, just a moment that you've been tested. I just need to know how you've been tested. Simple question. And it's okay if you're not comfortable answering, but that's really the issue that we have to face. Tell me a time when you've been tested to your breaking point, but you didn't break.
Well, I guess, you're catching me without having time to think. but
Understood.
I was with a big law firm in Chicago, patent, trademark, copyright litigation. And I saw stuff going down at that law firm. I was on partnership track, but I saw stuff going down at that place that was not right. The little guy was getting killed by these big corporations with their patents, with whatever, and I didn't like it. Okay, so there I am. I've put in 2,200 hours a year, working my butt off all the time, and I'm on that partnership track. And I walked into the partner's office and I said, "Here's what's going on in this case." It was a case that had to do with some meat packers and stuff. Terrible situation. I said, "This isn't going to have my name on it. I'm not doing this. Either this gets changed right now, that my name's on this brief, and we change what's happening to what's right, or I'm out. I'm totally out the door." And I left, and I quit. So I guess that's my test.
That's
My
a
test
good
is that
example.
My principles are bigger than my personal comfort. Okay.
Well, that's a very good example. Well, tell you what, that's a really great example of moral courage. I'm going to have someone on my team reach out to you after this meeting, and we'll see how you can help us.
I am concerned. I don't know all the circumstances of this whistleblower's case, but it is two-party consent, as I'm sure you know. I don't know where that meeting took place or anything else.
It took place in a conference room with about 20, 30 people,
Yeah.
and it is legal in the state of Florida to
Okay.
record as long as there's no expectation of privacy. So-
I agree with that. So that is where the question lies. But
That's right.
I mean, amen for this guy coming forward. And if we don't, I was sickened when I listened to that tape. Just
Well,
sickened.
thank you for your time, Stacey. I got to run because
Okay.
we got about
Yeah.
13 people to call. I appreciate you.
I hope you find the right person, James. I really do. We're all for you.
Why are lawyers so greedy? Why?
Oh my God. I don't know. I'm looking to.
I mean, do they
change my whole thing
sleep
that I'm
well at
doing.
night, profiting off human suffering?
I have seen the worst of it, and
You
what I'm
have.
doing now. I'm trying to become an adoption attorney down here in totally new area because I want to do something that makes a difference for people and helps families. I do not want to be any part of all that corporate lawyer stuff.
All right,
So-
Stacey, I got to run. I got to time this out. I have no call
Bye-bye.
screener. This is live. Nobody does this. Nobody has the balls to do this. We have no idea who we're going to talk to. People sting us, infiltrate us. We are vetting people live on the air right now. Attorneys, but not just attorneys. If you want to work for OMG, as we have the positions here, can we please post these on X right now? If you want to work for us as an editor, a producer, a sources manager, you can actually call into the show right now on X and I will interview you live. Oh, but that's scary. I'm intimidated by James. Well, if you can't take this, how are you going to take what you're going to deal with out in the field? Or when the FBI comes a knocking? So, team, if we can let people into the show who want to work here, if you want to work for OMG, all you got to do is dial in, and we'll call on you. In the meantime, let's call the next applicant. We're going to go to Chris Ann in the state of Florida. We're looking for lawyers to come work for us, and we're interviewing them live. You never know. Life is like a box of chocolates. I don't know what I'm going to get here.
Hello?
Hi, is this Chris Ann?
It is.
Hi, Chris Ann. This is James O'Keefe.
How are you, sir?
Hi, I'm looking for a good lawyer.
Well, depending on what kind of legal needs you have, I'm better than a good lawyer.
Why are you better than a good lawyer?
Why am I better than a good lawyer?
You just said it.
I take my job seriously, and I do it because I love it, and I do it because I love my clients, and not because I'm after fame or recognition.
Do you want to work to help represent this whistleblower, or do you just want to do general counsel work for OMG?
Oh, well,
Or neither?
With you, no, I was just offering to find out what it is exactly that you needed.
Well, we need lawyers who don't care about, who aren't all about the money, and who represent our core values, including unbreakability, morality, excellence, courage, and self-sacrifice.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much the 25 years of my last life. Do you know who I am and anything about my background?
Well, I have your LinkedIn in front of you. Why don't you tell me in a New York minute a little bit about your background, your story?
Well, I was a prosecutor for the state of Florida for nearly a decade, and I started teaching on the Constitution about 2010, just traveling and teaching in meetings. My boss, elected official, state attorney, decided that he didn't like who I was teaching and how I was teaching, because I'm a constitutional originalist, and I was speaking to Tea Party groups, and he told me that I couldn't teach that the Constitution demanded limited government because I worked for government, and that was an ethics violation. And he told me that I couldn't speak to anyone he didn't approve of because he didn't like right-wing fringe groups, when I was actually teaching in grade schools too. So he told me that I had to stop teaching to keep my job. And at that time, my husband and I were pastoring a church, and my income was the only income in the house. And so we prayed about it, and my husband, long story short, said, look, we either believe that God is our provider or we don't. So we got to stand for what we believe in, or we need to quit going to church. And so I told my boss that I'm not going to stop teaching. And he said, then you have to quit. And I told him, I'm not quitting. You're going to have to fire me. So he fired me. It went kind of national. I was on Neil Cavuto for about 15 seconds, and it launched me into a national tour where I've been teaching around the country. Before COVID, I did about 265 meetings in 22 states every year. I've written 6 books on the Constitution, American history.
Chris Ann, so that's definitely a good example of our. By the way, forgive me for being curt. I have a way of, like, if 60 seconds or less, typically, because there's so many people that I got to talk to here, and I've been so screwed over by people who've worked for me who don't actually demonstrate the core values. So forgive me for being a little bit distrusting. But it sounds to me like you've been through it and you stood by your principles, and I appreciate people like you for doing that. And I have your LinkedIn in front of me. Would you be interested in helping this whistleblower who's in trouble with the university for recording the president allegedly being duplicitous?
Well, I'd be interested in looking at the case to see if I'm qualified to do it. I don't want to take on something that I think somebody else might be better qualified at.
Okay, fair enough. And what type of law do you practice?
I'm a constitutional attorney, but I also do corporate law to pay the bills.
So you do First Amendment stuff? You could do that?
Yes.
Sounds like you're qualified. I'm going to have my colleague call you after the call. We're going to move on to the next lawyer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sounds great.
Okay,
Thank
take
you.
care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So that was one. We're going to have my team call her. Her name is Chris Ann. She's a constitutional litigator. Sounds moral. You guys tell me what you think of these applicants. You know, you're always saying you're worried about people infiltrating my operation. So maybe you guys get a good feel for these people and what makes them tick. Do we have anyone on dialing into the show who can work? Let them in for a minute. Well, we've been talking to so many lawyers. Let's mix it up. Hello.
Hey there.
Hi, what's your name?
My name's Zach Pizzavento.
Zach, do you want to work for OMG?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Which position are you applying for?
I'm applying for the sources manager or sources journalist.
Have you ever spoken to tipsters and vetted their stories for publication before?
Yeah, I kind of got sort of informally brought into that. Way back when Chelsea Manning, or I guess Bradley Manning at the time, was going through their trial at Fort Meade. I was basically a press liaison between the legal team there and a lot of journalists. So, I was doing sort of that traditional pitching to journalists, but in the process, I think a lot of people just sort of assumed that I was like a phone number that you could call to reach Julian Assange. And so, we basically just kind of had to start processing everything from, FOIA requests and interesting things that people had come up with, all the way up to, space aliens and everything in between. So
How many tips did you deal with a day? We get like 150 tips a day.
I wouldn't say it was anything in that kind of a volume, but I am, pretty familiar with just, high volume calls, just in terms of pitching journalists and getting them their stories. And I've stayed with, the effort to support Julian Assange. Since that time, I met with his brother a couple times last year, but before and since his repatriation.
What's the biggest story you ever broke?
Well, I would say I'm actually kind of still working on it because I ended up working for a USAID contractor from 2019 to 2021. And they were trying to get me to put inaccurate information out to the public about HIV, COVID, and TB, and a number of things. I actually do have some recordings of them. And I'm sort of basically working on sort of putting that all together now and finding a good way to present it to the public.
All right, and one more question. We got this is lightning round, 2 minutes per person. We got to make a lot of moves. How do you represent the core values of O'Keefe Media Group? How are you unbreakable?
Well, I'm committed to the truth, and basically, I'm a big fan of you, and I really respect what you've done because I know you've been through a lot. We went through a lot, in and around WikiLeaks, so I'm very familiar with a lot of.
Okay, you said you've been through a lot. What's the most difficult thing you've been through where you didn't break? Professionally. I don't want to hear about wives and girlfriends and all that sort of thing.
Sure. Well, basically, I kept trying to correct the problems at the USAID contractor. They started threatening me. Actually threatened me on one of the recordings. And so, basically I had to resign because I was just, refusing to, lie to the public, basically.
Well, that's a common thread, and your first name again, sir, is?
My name's Zach.
Zach, we're talking to Zach here, where if you're just tuning in to the show, we are doing live hiring, live from Florida. It's Thursday night. We are interviewing candidates 3 minutes apiece to see if they can work for me. And Zach's applying for a job, talking to tipsters and vetting information. Zach, a common theme has been that people have refused to lie, right? I think that's one of the main things here with the core values. What about you made you that way? What about you as a human being made you such that you're not willing to lie?
I honestly think it was just being an altar boy going to church growing up, and I guess, I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but I just took it all seriously. I thought, we actually were supposed to kind of follow the gospel, and that's what I've tried to do.
Zach, what's your price?
Price to sell out?
Yes.
I walked away from a $90,000 job, and now I basically went and, helped work for the Boy Scouts for a little bit, but besides that, I definitely took a big cut in pay, to stand up for what's right and stand up for my country.
What price job would you not walk away from?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So if someone offered you $1 million, would you walk away? I mean, why is it 90,000? What's the price?
I don't have a price.
No price.
Yep.
I find that hard to believe, but maybe you're right. Well, Zach, we're going to keep looking at your candidacy. Anything you want to add before we move on to the next person?
No, I really appreciate the opportunity, and thanks so much.
Thank you, Zach. Appreciate that. Let's go to the next candidate. I'm stepping away from the lawyers. Now we're going to, is Henry there? Henry? I'm going to tell Henry to come back. Let's see. Do you have anyone in the wings? Chris? Chris, unmute yourself.
Hey.
Hi, Chris.
Yeah, that's Chris. I didn't realize that you was in the interview for the job.
Chris, you're a little bit muffled. You're a little bit muffled on your end. You're live. We're interviewing candidates. Which position are you applying for?
Well, if you need someone to volunteer for data analysis, data analytics, anything like that, I could do that. But I'm thinking on a volunteer basis. I'm not in for the jobs kind of thing. I already had that covered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have another one lined up yet? We're going to go to a lawyer, or are we going to go to another candidate? You're listening live to On the Inside with James O'Keefe. We're interviewing people for jobs here at O'Keefe Media Group, and we're testing their core values, which include self-sacrifice, indefatigability, fearlessness, excellence, morality, and strength. Those are a combination of traits right there. Most people have some of them. Hardly anybody has all of them. Stubborn German lady? What is that? Is that actually your name?
Hi. It is a name that I was given to by a fireman. Real quick, I'm in genetic testing sales in California.
I'm just sorry. I just want to pause for a second. I'm talking to stubborn German lady. So you're stubborn.
Hell yeah. And
Which core value does that represent? Selflessness, indefatigability, fearlessness, excellence, morality, or strength?
fearlessness and strength.
Okay, that's a good answer. That's a good answer. Keep going.
So I was raised by someone who fought in World War II. He told me three things: never trust the government, go to the end of the earth to find the truth, keep your legs closed till you get married, and make your husband happy when you get married. Those are the three things. My father died 25 years ago. I didn't know how the core value of number two meant. I worked for a company that was started by the NIH during COVID, and I was nothing made sense. I've DM'd you. I've been in the pharmaceutical industry for 26 years. Now I'm in genetic testing for 10. And things in my past have all come to fruition. I wanted to be a doctor. My dad said no. I found who was stealing in his office. It was my mom's brother's wife. I built the case, presented it to my mom and dad, and my dad said, "You're not going to become a doctor. You're going to become an auditor because you can smell a rat." And I've kind of had that sense about me my whole life, but I became an auditor, worked for KPMG, and I was asked to I was asked to look at AR and AP, very low risk areas.
Well, before you go on, pardon me, what job are you applying for?
I'm not applying for a job. I'm here to tell you about somebody that supports you. I follow you, and I follow a lawyer in Florida who also supports you. His name is Jeff Childers. I follow him as well. He started a blog in 2020.
You mean Jeff Childers?
Childers, yes.
Yeah, well, he's already my lawyer. I've already hired him. I've got many lawyers. I got criminal, civil. I mean, I get so many lawyers I can't even keep count.
Because he supports you. I've been part of a donation to help in other things.
We appreciate that very much. We appreciate that very much. I'm so sorry we have to go. We've got 50 applicants that want jobs, but I appreciate you, stubborn German lady. And
stubborn German.
Stubborn German.
2,700 firemen from getting vaccinated in California, and a fireman named me. That's my
thank you for your courage. Let's go to the next person. Lawyer or candidate? Lawyer. Let's call a lawyer. Which you got to unlock the phone here. What's the which lawyer are we calling? Matt. Okay. All right. We're going to call Matt, the attorney. And we're going to ask whether he wants to be general counsel or he wants to represent the whistleblower. Here we go.
Hello, this is Matt.
Hi, Matt. This is James O'Keefe.
Hey, how are you doing?
Hi, we're looking for good lawyers.
I think I'm your man.
So tell me why you're my man. First of all, do you want to work as general counsel or do you want to represent this Florida whistleblower who recorded the president of the university?
I sure like to be a concern for general counsel. I'm not licensed in Florida, and so I'd have to have local counsel to be involved in any of that if it was litigation. You know, I could advise from my home here in Oregon, but it'd be a real challenge.
So why are you the right guy to be general counsel of OMG?
You know, because I'm the kind of guy that runs for a state legislature seat in a district that's negative 18 registration and wins by 6 points. I'm not afraid of anything.
You're not afraid of anything? Come on.
I'm not afraid of anything, man.
Wow, that's quite a statement.
I don't shake up. I don't get scared. And I like clients that aren't whips.
Well, now when you say you're not afraid of anything, give me a moment in your life when you've been tested and you didn't break. Like, what's the worst thing you've been through professionally and you didn't break?
That happened 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. I'm representing a client against a pro se litigant who is certifiably crazy. This guy for 9 months has been harassing my client with daily text messages 5-6 times a day. He sends him death notices of famous people that have died recently. He's been threatening me with bar complaints and lawsuits for most of the time during this case. 2 weeks ago, I sent him what I would describe as a fireball letter. It was 4 pages. It listed out chapter and verse what he was doing. I pointed out to him that I knew that his reputation in the community was for being a liar and a crook, and that I'd be presenting the evidence of that in my defense against his lawsuit. He proceeded to take my letter, forward it to other people in the community, upload it to ChatGPT, and get an analysis containing that I had defamed him and that I had acted unethically in harassing him. He then proceeded to spend the last 2 weeks threatening a bar complaint and to sue me if I didn't retract the letter.
It sounds like a terrible situation. I'm sorry, I got to cut you off because I only have time for about 30 to 60-second stories. But continue.
Sure. And then I responded to him and I said, forget it, buddy. I'm not changing it. I'm not withdrawing it.
So that's the worst thing you've ever been through.
It was pretty stressful.
FBI raids, lawsuits from the teachers' unions, defamation from the New York Times.
No, they spent $1 million in campaign ads against me in my political campaign, slandering me in my own community. That was
What do you charge? What are your hourly rates?
The hourly rate here, I'm a Portland lawyer, so I'm not New York rates. It's $500 an hour for me.
$500 an hour?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I've been spending that much, but I'm looking for full-time employment. So, well, thank you for the call. We'll be in touch. Anything else you'd like to add?
I'm the guy that's not afraid, man.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, who's next? Mark. Let's call Mark the lawyer, Mark Javits. And if you're just tuning in, we are interviewing lawyers live on the air, trying to find that special lawyer, maybe 1 in 10,000, I don't know, who gives a damn, who's not afraid, and he doesn't charge.
This is Mark.
Hey, Mark, it's James O'Keefe.
Wow, James, a real pleasure. Thanks for your call.
Thank you for this time. And we're interviewing lawyers. I've only got 2 to 3 minutes. We've got a lot of applicants. Can you either represent this whistleblower or can you work as general counsel for my organization?
I'm a California lawyer.
California? Man.
Yeah, so I would be happy to take your cases in California.
Are you familiar with Statute 632 of the California Penal Code, which prohibits recording people without their permission?
Yeah, I am. I think that's part of SEPA. I am somewhat familiar with that one.
We believe that law is
Yeah.
unconstitutional. It needs to be challenged. We've gotten in trouble with that sometime. David Daleiden, the Planned Parenthood videographer, got in trouble with that statute. Would you be
Yeah.
able to litigate about that statute?
Yeah, I would be happy to take those kind of cases and other free speech type of cases as well. Yeah,
Perfect.
sure.
Are you interested in the general counsel position or representing the whistleblower here? Well, I guess you're not licensed in Florida, so it would be the general
Yeah,
counsel.
only if it's possible. Yeah, to the extent it's possible, I would help any way I can. But I think it might be better for us to do creative litigation together. We have a case currently going against Code Pink and Palestinian Youth Movement in Los Angeles when they blocked the synagogue and caused a riot at Adas Torah in June 2024.
Tell me about how you are absolutely fearless, and tell me about your strength. Give me an example of something you went through in your life that shook you to your core, but you survived. And you have 30 seconds.
Well, I'd say launching my own legal career where I had defense lawyers threatening to sanction me and judges threatening to sanction me for pursuing the causes that I wanted. And I'm still willing to put my neck out there and express my opinion, even though it's costing me. And besides the case against Palestinian Youth Movement, I've also launched some other cases against the 6-4 Museum in Dallas, against the Zapruder copyright, which is a scam, I believe.
What motivates you to do all this? Why are you doing this?
I just love the challenge, kind of I think under the First Amendment, I think our opponents are making mistakes and they're crossing the line past the First Amendment and blocking and harassing people. And I think we need to be very aggressive to use the legal system against them. I just wanted to help. I became a lawyer and I just wanted to help in any way I could, and I'm willing to take on cases without money up front, just because I'm very passionate about these causes for freedom and justice. And that's why I admire your work as well.
Forgive the question, but it's kind of I'm very direct, so I apologize if I offend you in any way. Does any of this matter, or do lawyers just get rich off of this justice system?
Well, I think the incentives are make it a business. Like right now, I fight robocallers for that's how I make money. Although I'm not crazy passionate about it, but the people that are just really good at picking up a wrong number case, and they just certified a class against Humana yesterday, so that's just about making money. It's just penalizing a company for doing. Consumers aren't really. That's why we need more passionate, people like us that are thinking of creative ways to improve society through these lawsuits. And
it almost seems like the people that are good get destroyed by the process. That's what I've discovered.
Well, yeah, certainly. I mean, I really have sympathy for what you and the January 6th defendants have gone through. But I mean, we have as plaintiffs, we have under the FAITH Act, for instance, that's how we have Code Pink and Palestinian Youth Movement for blocking the synagogue.
I gotta run here, and I apologize to being curt, but we got so many people that want to work here. And anything else you want to add? And my team will be in touch.
Well, thanks. My goal now is to make a First Amendment challenge to the ethnic studies curriculum in California, which is just indoctrinating our students with propaganda. And so I thought I'd shout it. If any brave student out there is willing to say that they had their opinions suppressed by the ethnic studies curriculum, that's going to be really important.
Well,
so
the next. Thank you for the call. I appreciate that. And
thank you so much for what you're doing, James. I really admire you. And if I can help in any way, please.
Well, I mean, the thing we need help with, ladies and gentlemen, is we need a lawyer to represent our whistleblower. That's what we need, right? We got David Nelson, a brave man who's out on a limb. He blows the whistle on the activities within the IRS, and guess what? He's on his own. He's being retaliated against. We got the-
And he's located in Florida?
He's located in Cincinnati, Ohio area. We've got a whistleblower in Arizona. We've got this whistleblower in Florida. We got whistleblowers everywhere. But unless they are protected and defended, it sends a deterring message to other people. Thank you very much. I got to go to the next person. Thank you. We got a Miami lawyer. His name is Marlon. That's ironic. We got Marlon from Miami. I feel like the names of these people always make me laugh. Stubborn German lady. And now we're talking to Marlon in Miami. Marlon Mueller. That's a name. We're calling a Miami lawyer. Maybe this is a setup. Maybe this is a spy. Stinger trying to sting me. Record me. I'm recording myself, so I don't care if you're recording me. People are always worried that I'm not worried about being recorded.
Hello?
Hi, is this Marlon from Miami?
Yes, it is.
You've got quite a name. You're the Marlon from Miami.
You're absolutely right. Although I was before the Marlins.
You were before the Marlins. When does the Marlins started?
1993.
Okay. So that gives me
I was
something.
actually at the first game.
Okay. Well, Marlon from Miami, we have a whistleblower up there in Florida Tech in Melbourne who's in trouble and needs help. They did nothing illegal, but they need protection, need defense. Can you help them?
I would absolutely love to. It would be a pleasure.
All right. And tell me more about you. How do you represent the Citizen Journalism Foundation and OMG values in terms of your fearlessness, your strength, your unbreakability, and your morality?
All of the above. First of all, I'm a veteran,
Okay.
a combat veteran of the Army in Iraq. I'm actually the youngest inductee into the Florida Veterans Hall of Fame. To be quite honest, a staunch Federalist Republican and always have been. And I think it goes without saying that there's nothing more important than free speech and freedom of press. As far as my legal background, I'm a seasoned trial attorney, including a whole slew of cases involving sovereign immunity and the government, including privacy rights and recordings. I think the case I would cite that I litigated in particular should probably be the most relevant here was a case out of Orange County where county employees were instructed by the county attorney to go out to a property and do a fraudulent survey.
Well, Marlon, I've only got about another 2 minutes. I apologize for cutting you off. I can call you later, but I've only got about another 2 minutes to talk to you here.
Sure. I
could
think
just-
you get the gist.
So can you do First Amendment litigation like Florida's filming laws?
Absolutely.
All right. And how much do you charge for representing our whistleblower?
Well,
Are we talking about?
I'm an employee of the firm,
Oh, I see.
a senior trial associate. They charge, I believe it's $3.75 per hour for me.
$3.75 per hour. I see.
Yes.
You have a retainer and everything like that? That's a lot of money, $375 an hour to represent a guy who's just trying to do the right thing by America. You know what I
I
mean?
totally agree, and that's the caveat to this.
Yeah,
Is
there's always a
I
catch.
am the top dog attorney below the partners of a various.
I would ask you to reconsider the $400 an hour situation here. We got brave people in the IRS. We got brave people. I mean, I don't make $400
That's
an
why I
hour.
reached out to you, and what
Go ahead.
I can tell you is I have a lot of pull with the senior partner or the partners to say, hey, allow me to do this at a discount.
All right. Why
This
don't
is
you?
important.
Thank you for your call. Talk to them and then call me back or DM me. You got my information here. This is the phone number you can call. I'm calling you from a cell phone. And we'll talk after you talk to your partners and that they're familiar with the story. Cease and desist letters, prior restraint against journalists in the state of Florida, intimidation, threats. Let me know if you can help us, okay? And I appreciate you very much. I've got to go. Go
I
ahead.
want you to know, I would love to do this for free if it were me, but
I know.
I'm
Listen, between me and America, I've had such, not you, you seem like a gentleman and a scholar. I have had horrible experience with lawyers who've made millions of dollars off of me, and it hasn't got me anywhere. And it's not your fault. It's not the lawyer's fault. It's the system that's being exploited. That's the problem with this system. No one can afford it. You got to be a billionaire to afford $10 million in legal fees. Nobody's a billionaire. It's unjust. It's un-American. It's not right. And we're going to fight it. And we're going to find good people. Talk to your partners. Get back to me. Thank you, sir. Talk to you soon. I think Donald Trump is on the air. I'm not making this up. We have Donald J. Trump from Matt. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Hello, James. How are you doing today?
Wow, it's Donald Trump, President of the United States, applying for a job with OMG.
I took time out of my very busy schedule to apply for a job at O'Keefe. I've worked at McDonald's. I was a garbage truck driver. I was a convicted felon temporarily, and now I want to be a journalist.
So Donald Trump, President Trump, what job are you applying for?
Well, I applied to be a video editor, okay?
All right, and what about you makes you a great video editor? Have you done videos before? Have you edited videos before? I didn't know that you edit videos. I thought you did deals.
Well, I do tremendous deals. Some say some of the best, okay? We're sending China into a terrible spiral, a whirlwind. Xi, we're great friends, Xi Jinping. But no, he's really cooked. He's not going to make it out of this one. But I edit quite a lot.
Quite a lot. Quite a lot. Okay. Well. Tell me about. Okay, this is actually not Donald Trump. It's Harry Murphy, who I met at Turning Point. Harry, you are applying to be a video editor, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Oh, that was the weirdest flash. Like, different human being. What if I'm Donald Trump now and you're Harry? Here we go. So tell me about your job experiences, okay?
So I have had some tremendous internships. I was an intern I interned for some major sports teams here in Boston as a control room intern. I was a camera operator. I've had a lot of professional experience in that realm. And then at Suffolk University, where I go to school, I've had some really great opportunities to take classes with industry professionals. I've filmed, produced, edited, written scripts for a number of multimedia journalism packages that I've had the opportunity to put live on television broadcasts to millions of viewers in the New England area. And I also write for my school paper as well. And I also write for Campus Reform from time to time.
Well, how have you demonstrated the core values in your life? Like, for example, this fearlessness, this self-sacrifice, this unbreakability, strength. How have you demonstrated? Tell me a time in your life when you've reached your breaking point but didn't break.
Well, as you know, I'm also an Eagle Scout, and I joined the program quite late. I joined when I was in the 7th grade, and so I sort of had like a really condensed amount of time to get everything done. It's like, as you know, it's a super like arduous process, but I just sort of put my head down and got everything done as quickly as possible, and I turned in my Eagle book on my 18th birthday, right before the clock ran out. So that was definitely an experience. But as it relates to like sticking up for my values and not bending, not breaking, I'm a Turning Point chapter president in Boston. As you know, Massachusetts is the only state in the 2024 election that didn't have a single county go red. We're quite literally more blue than California. So it's definitely difficult, but I'm still very vocal and very outspoken about conservative causes. And I think that that's really important, especially when it comes to, being a man of integrity and staying committed to the truth. We don't see enough of that in media today, and that's why I'm so.
You edited some things. What's the proudest achievement of what you've done in terms of your video editing skills and your projects? What are you most proud of?
I've done a few pieces for this program that we have called Suffolk in the City, and it's a program that we do in partnership with a local NBC affiliate at Suffolk University. And I think the best piece that I did was it was a piece, as soft journalism as this may seem relative to the work that you do at O'Keefe Media Group, there was a piece that we did on the MBTA, which is our in-city transit. And Suffolk is a commuter school. We have about 4,800 undergraduate students, but we only have about 1,600 beds on campus. So we recently being like a year or two ago, one of the main train lines in our city went down and was being renovated for a very long period of time, and that seriously impacted a lot of students in their commutes. So I pitched this story, and I did a story talking about like the unreliability of the transit system, and I was able to get a lot of great B-roll. And it was a fun time to edit that whole package, because it was the first time that I had really done anything like that, and I got to go on air and broadcast it, and it was a really fun time.
Well, thank you, Harry. Anything else you want to add? We got to go to the next applicant, but we'll be in touch with you.
No, but I will say one of the earlier gentlemen, Zach, mentioned Julian Assange, and one of my favorite quotes from Julian Assange, I'll leave you with this. It is the role of good journalism to take on powerful abusers, and when powerful abusers are taken on, there's always a bad reaction. So we see that controversy, and we believe that this is a good thing to engage in. So I just wanted to leave you.
I love that quote. That quote's actually in American Muckraker, believe it or not. That quote is one of my favorite quotes. And I want to just say a word before we go to the next person. If you're just tuning in, it's 7 o'clock on the East Coast. You're listening to a special edition of On the Inside with James O'Keefe, where we don't opine, where we don't offer my opinion on matters of public policy, report only the facts. But in today's show, we're reporting facts and we're interviewing candidates to work here. We need lawyers, producers, editors. We have about 15 employees. We have a number of undercover journalists in addition to our full-time employees. Right now, we're hiring a producer, an editor, a general counsel, lawyers, and video editors. And we have people, we have hundreds, thousands. I mean, I'm in the back there in the back of the room. How many resumes have we gotten? Like hundreds, thousands? I mean, over 1,000 resumes, thousands. And we have people signing up right now. We're interviewing people live on the air. I just want to say a comment about these core values. We take these very seriously here at OMG. They're a little bit different, and I would say better, bigger, and better, by the way, from those values. They're so strongly, they're so goodly. Our core values are, I think they're an improvement from the ones at Project Veritas. And I would say this is why they're an improvement, because we learned that you have to be unbreakable, that you have to face tremendous pressure, that no amounts of threats or bribes, and bribe isn't, I don't mean money, I just mean no temptation to steer you away from the mission can stop you. And one of the great challenges we have is you're going to be tested here in ways that you've never been tested before. It's a very difficult thing. And the most punishing part of this process is the legal process, which is why we're hiring lawyers. And we think that they're out there. We just have not found them yet. So now, let's go to Adam. Is Adam on the air? Adam Gravel?
Pretty good. Can you hear me?
You're a believer, a husband, a dad to 3, a litigator, and a common sense proponent.
You got it.
How
All the above.
are you licensed in the state of Florida?
No, not at all. Maryland,
Okay.
state and federal.
Well, that kind of limits our abilities here. Are you applying? Would you like to be general counsel for OMG?
Yeah.
Are you willing to relocate?
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me about give me an example, 60 seconds or less, in your life and how you demonstrate the core values of self-sacrifice, fearlessness, courageousness, and strength.
Yeah. Well, everything I wanted to do in life was to become a judge, and I put in for it a few times, didn't get it, ran for judge in 2022, lost by 300 some votes.
against the incumbent because I thought I needed to be the one guy who was going to do the job right. And I realized after losing that would be just a very small contribution to what needs to happen to fix our country. And so I've dedicated myself ever since then to doing everything I can to fix it from the outside in. You need a lot more than one guy willing to do the job right. You need a whole system sort of revolution. You need accountability at every level of government. You need to restore America to the values of not trusting our government officials, of eroding immunity. We spent 200 years covering up accountability to make it so that it's impossible to hold our government accountable. So,
is there any justice in the justice system, or is it just about enriching lawyers?
it's random, and I understand the criticism about enriching lawyers. Yeah, it's certainly not why I'm in it. I'm in it to earn a comfortable living for my family. As far as the profession, but as far as the avocation, I'm in it to fix it. Justice, in my experience, is completely random. You can be right, and being right is about 30% of what it takes to win, unfortunately. It doesn't matter how right you are. It doesn't matter how good your case is, how good the facts are, how well the law lines up with it. If you don't get the right judge who feels the right way, you're not going to win, period.
Now, you said you're in it to feed your family, and I encourage and I support that mission. I think it's very important. However, the powers that be often leverage that need against the people that work for me, because, for example, the FBI comes a knocking. It's happened before. I'm sure it will happen again. People say, "Oh, we are in power." I don't know what that means. We're in power. America was founded on the system of justice before the law. We're all equal before the law. We're supposed to be. In any event, when the pendulum swings back and forth, they come a knocking with guns drawn. Does your desire to feed your family stand in contrast to, the mission here, which is not to be scared away from standing up for what's right if push comes to shove?
Not for me. I could call my wife over here and tell her that, have her tell you that 3 weeks ago I told her if we lose everything because of the powers that I'm fighting right now, that's what we have to do. And she's bought into the mission. I'm suing presently a number of state officials, and they are very upset about it. And I already know I have a target on my back. And we've already made this decision. We're all in. We're fighting the good fight, no matter what it takes. And if they come after my license, if they come after my livelihood, that's fine. I'll find another way to make a living, and I will never stop fighting.
Now that's I believe you, and these are very powerful words, and very, very few men like this. What made you this way?
I think I woke up and realized that the story of America is either a fairy tale or it's something that was once real and it's worth fighting for again. I believed in the rule of law. I believed in the system of justice growing up, and that's why I became a lawyer. That's why I got into this, and I've been doing it for 20 years. And I've realized, like I said, justice is often random. The hardest fight sometimes is trying to find a fair forum.
Justice is random. So how long have you been a lawyer for?
20 years.
Are you still an idealist?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, Adam, I've got to move on to the next person. Any last words?
No, you do you. I trust you. I trust your judgment, and I believe in your work, and I'm glad to be on the call, and would be honored to work with you.
You sound like a great guy, and my team was going to follow up with you, and we're going to see what we can do. Maryland, a state where it is illegal to record someone surreptitiously.
That's right.
It's a misdemeanor.
Litigation underway.
Are you litigating that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, then my team will definitely call you because
Please.
I can't tell you how many lawyers I've talked to, and I tell them, well, I need someone to defend me with these recording laws. Like, oh, sorry, can't help you. But Adam, we'll be in touch.
All kinds of in the weeds on that. Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Yeah, that was Linda Tripp in the 1990s recording there. I recorded in Baltimore, Maryland in 2009. Now we're going to call Ty. The guy's name is Lawyer? Oh, he's just a lawyer. Okay. I was going to say that would be wild. Marlon from Miami and Ty lawyer. No, the Ty who is a lawyer. I've talked to more lawyers in the last hour than I'd like to admit. But here we go. Okay, thank you. Let's go to Ty. Actually, let's go to Jonathan Gross. Jonathan, you're live with James O'Keefe on the inside, hiring 3 minutes or less. Would you like to be a general counsel for OMG, or do you want to represent a Florida whistleblower?
Can you hear me? Am I on?
You are live. We can hear you loud and clear.
Great. No, I want to say something that's in response to this that I think will help your search. I'll say it in less than 3 minutes. But your last caller is absolutely right that the legal system is completely unfair, and it's impossible for these whistleblowers. I personally represented officially over 20 January 6 defendants, and I advised over 100. When the federal government is against you on the other side, they have unlimited resources, and many January 6ers were duped by attorneys who took six figures of money from them and gave them nothing in return. And I represented them because it was the right thing to do. It was the right moment in history. It was the worst government-sponsored lawfare against a class of Americans that ever happened in our history. And I was one of very few attorneys who answered the call and did that. And we have a horrible, horrible system. For these whistleblowers, my recommendation is not to spend money on lawyers. $375 an hour is ridiculous, but that's cheap, by the way, for this kind of litigation, as far as the market goes. And I think that their only hope is to be able to figure out how to fight it themselves. And I will say one more thing, is that with Grok and ChatGPT right now, that's what a lot of the lawyers are going to be using anyway. So what they need is good lawyers who are willing to give them advice and help them navigate using artificial intelligence to run their cases themselves.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jonathan, that the $375 an hour thing to represent the brave hero jumping on the grenade, being crucified for the public's right to know, is an unfair bargain, right? That's not a fair transaction. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I'm not going to say fair or not fair as the lawyer who does it. What would be fair of the lawyer was to say not to. It's fair when a lawyer says I'm not going to represent you, because what the lawyer's saying to you is that, look, I'm going to take all your money and you're going to get nowhere. So better that the lawyer tells you that I'm not.
Well, I misspoke. I meant that to be billed $400 an hour is kind of an unfair. And is it all just a racket to enrich attorneys?
It's all a racket. It's all a racket to enrich attorneys.
Do lawyers just sell hope? Are they selling hope? Because what do we actually get out of all this lawyering? Do we get justice?
We do not. We do not. We get a lot of legal bills.
We get lawyers who make money so they can feed their families, and maybe more than feed their families, like get cars and limousines and expensive suits and mansions and pay their property taxes and all that jazz, right?
Well, I think that it should be fair for somebody to be an advocate for another person, because sometimes a person could have a little bit more knowledge of the law or be more articulate. But what they do is that they make the licensing scheme to become a lawyer very tight, so you only have a few of us. They don't let your friend who might know the law or be articulate be your advocate. He's not allowed to do that. If you're a pro se litigant, then they claim that they're supposed to be fair to you, but the judges actually hate you for doing it pro se and for not. And
That's interesting. You're the second person in 2 days I've heard say that. They don't like pro se. Pro se is Latin for you represent yourself, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, and they hate it because, why do they hate? This is really fascinating to me.
Because the judges are lawyers, and they want lawyers to be. By the way, but you know what? A transcript is, by the way, today you can get a transcript for free. You should be able to, but you have to buy it. And you say to the lawyer, you say to the judge, why do I have to buy a $5,000 transcript of a 2-day trial? I can't afford that. And the government, by the way, gets it for free. We pay for it. And then what the judge says is, well, they'll say this to your face. I've had them say this. Well, we have to let the court reporters make a living. What?
Yeah, I mean,
that's outrageous.
I mean, I'll give you this much. I'll give you this much, sir. You seem to be an honest guy. I mean, and that's saying something for attorneys. Is it all about money?
It's all about money. Unfortunately, it's a big racket. It's an unfair system. It's It's a terrible economy. I mean that in a local sense. The legal economy is a terrible thing. It's only good for the lawyers. Divorce is complicated because of it. Regular transactions between people is complicated because of it. Criminal law is complicated because of it. All of these things are complicated, and the lawyers are making money. I happen to have a law degree, and I practice a lot, but I don't like to think of myself as a lawyer.
Well, how, as an investigative reporter, if I were to do a story on the racket, how can I best expose it? It's something that is particularly dear to my heart because people talk about all the things that we go through. I'm not talking about O'Keefe. I'm talking about whistleblowers. I'm talking about people on the phone call here. We got Zach Apotheker. We got sources like David Nelson. We've got this individual at Florida Tech. We've got, oh man, over the years, Spencer Meads, Eric Cochran. How much did we spend on litigation to defend myself against the FBI? I think it was between $3 and $4 million. And all I got back was a carbon copy receipt for my phones. They didn't even replace my phones. And I just think that I think the most punishing part of this, and I'm being very transparent with you, is that it's financially, it's traumatizing, really. So, I mean, how do I expose it? What's the best way for me to expose it?
So I'm so happy you asked, because you're the best person in the world possibly positioned to expose this. I will not say it, though, on a live Twitter space. Because
Understood.
will be on the date, and then they'll know. That
Fair enough. Well, you'd be surprised about that, sir. I mean, I go on these dates, and they don't recognize me. So I think we're giving them too much credit. But I hear what you're saying, and I respect that. Anything else you want to say? Seem like an honest guy. I always try to see the virtues in everyone I talk to, and you seem very honest, and I appreciate that.
No, thank you very much. I appreciate your work. Keep up the good work.
Talk to you soon. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
We got about 10 minutes left on the inside with James O'Keefe. We got tens of thousands of people listening. I want to do these shows once a week starting soon. We're getting our studio built here in Florida, in West Palm Beach, Florida, where we relocated. And what else do we have? We have more attorneys. Should we go to an attorney or should we go to a person applying for work here?
Let's do Ryan.
Ryan. This is Ryan Heath, an attorney on Spaces. Ryan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, James. How are you?
Ryan, how you doing? You are live. We are talking about hiring lawyers. Either do you want to be a general counsel or do you want to represent a Florida whistleblower?
Oh, I'm just happy to get my name in front of you and potentially
Okay.
help you in future litigation. So just to give you a bit of background about myself and talk about the willingness to sacrifice. So I graduated law school in 2020. I was a COVID class attorney, and my sister was threatened with termination from Phoenix Children's Hospital in July of 2021, and I managed to get her an exemption from the vaccine mandate by sending 3 letters to their board of directors threatening to sue each of them personally for breaching her employment contract based on a novel theory. And as an attorney practicing law for less than 1 year, I managed to get a company that does more than $500 million a year in revenues to capitulate and give my sister an exemption, not through a request, but through a demand. And so with that vote of confidence, I decided to quit my job, the job that I was recruited to after law school, to start a nonprofit. And I ended up emptying my family's life savings, flying around the state of California and teaching kids how to civilly disobey their school's mask mandates. I run a nonprofit called the Gavel Project. I've actually spoken to a number of people at Project Veritas back when you were there several years ago. We are funding several lawsuits out in California over the COVID mandates still. I've represented individuals who are currently members of Congress. I represent Jody O'Malley, who is also a Project Veritas.
Well, we know I didn't know that you represented Jody. That's incredible.
Yeah, and a number of other people as well. But I've, sold vehicles. I've given up everything that I have to fund litigation on behalf of individuals who are disadvantaged and to fight back against woke bullshit is what I'll call it. That's what the nonprofit that I run does. And 32 years old. I have a firm of my own. I'm very successful. I've spoken at numerous national COVID litigation conferences, sharing my insights to hundreds of attorneys across the country. I'm a strategist.
Impressive background. What would you say is the hardest thing you've ever been through in your life professionally where it almost broke you?
I think I'm on track to set the record for the number of frivolous bar complaints filed against me in the state of Arizona. I've had more than 7 filed. All of them have been resolved favorably in my favor. I've had the state of Arizona, Maricopa County, try to take my home away for filing an election lawsuit on behalf of Abraham Hamadeh. I was able to overturn the sanctions award on appeal. It was over $250,000 against myself and my clients. So I've been through quite a lot of turmoil in my legal career, and I've had a lot of successes. So I'm happy to connect with you. I'd like to help where I can. I've got a lot of good ideas. I have ADHD, so I lose my keys on a daily basis, but I also come up with arguments that no one else thinks of, and that's really my strength. I'm a great writer, and yeah, I'm just very blessed in my career.
One more question. What do you think is the, in terms of the challenges that you faced in having these bar complaints or your home taken away, why do you keep doing this?
Because I care about people. I've got 2 kids, 1 on the way, and I want to make sure that they can have the same benefits of living in our free society that I enjoyed as a kid. And right now, we're in a situation, still, even with Trump in office, where it's not guaranteed, and we need to push back and fight back with everything we have. And that's why I liquidated the vehicle and decided to, give everything I had to charity so that I could actually help protect the future for our kids.
Well, thank you very much, Ryan. You seem like a great guy. We'll be in touch with you. I could talk to you for an hour. We got about 7 minutes left. In the 7 minutes I have left, thank you, Ryan. We're just going to open it up. Lightning round, 30 seconds or less, 5 minutes. Here we go. Anyone can call in. Let's dial in the program and see what you guys have to say. I'm just going to start adding random randos here. These are the strangest people, like weird names, like squirrels and strange Islamic. This R2D2. What is this? C11? I don't know what that is.
Hello.
Hi, who's speaking?
I come up as Vicky, B-I-K-K-I, and my name is really Vicky, B-I-K-K-I.
All right, you got 30 seconds. You're live on the inside. Go
I'm
ahead.
from Nevada County, California,
Mhm.
and I live in an apartment complex where there's a lot of babies and dogs and that deal. I have all the information. I was homeless in this town. I'm 65 almost, 33 years sober. I've been here for 45 years. I need to get some information out to people. I don't trust the police right now, but I do see that you guys are here in our county arrested. I have probably 80,000 hours since 1986. I met Obama.
Too much information, ma'am. So my, hold on, time out.
Okay.
Okay, so here are the rules of engagement. We have to identify the lead. That's L-E-D-E lead, not L-E-A-D lead. That means that, you got 30 seconds. She would have kept going for 5 minutes, and God bless you for it. But you have to find the one thing, not 30 things, but the one thing that's important, and there has to be evidence. Let's go to R2D or C11. Go ahead. You're live. James O'Keefe, go ahead.
How you doing, sir? I sent you a couple of DMs. I'm interested in being an undercover journalist for you.
All right. And let me ask you a question. Why do you want to do that? And what's the hardest thing you've ever been through in your life?
I want to do that because I feel like I'm in a unique position. I've done some independent journalism in the past. I've had my Facebook revoked for me because of the work that I've done. And that was the hardest thing I had to do is go out there during a time when there was a curfew. And I defied the curfews. I stood up for the Constitution. I stood up for what's right. And I was able to cover a very unique situation that went down here in the area where I live.
Have you ever gone undercover before in your life?
No, not officially. Not the way that I would. If you had any particular instructions for me, like I said, I sent you a couple of DMs. The only work I've ever done is as an independent, is to do live streams.
So if you were to go undercover, what would you want to expose?
Some of the things that are going on out here, as far as the way that the people operate on a day-to-day basis, and I was out there, right? I was out there when the protests were going on, and like I said, I sent you a couple of DMs. I don't want to put too much out here on the air, but there are some situations where I believe that state actors are involved with disrupting the political process, and I want to put that to an end.
All right, thank you, sir. And I would encourage you go do that as a citizen journalist, as long as it's legal and you're in a state where it's legal to record. You can do that. We can help you. Michael Grekel, you're live with James O'Keefe. You got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, James, this is the Disney whistleblower.
That's right. Michael, I didn't recognize your last name. Michael, how are you doing? Has Disney harassed you at all?
No, things have been pretty quiet. I just want to kind of put it out there to other people who are thinking about being a whistleblower, who have seen things that, they want to expose. Don't be afraid, because, since I left Disney, my life has gotten so much better. I'm now working 2 good jobs. And I'm making almost the money that I used to make over there, and everything's, on the up and up. And just don't be afraid. A lot of people are afraid of losing their job, but, somehow the universe, the Lord, will take care of you. And I just want to put that out there to potential whistleblowers. Trust James, he will take care of you.
Michael, would you be willing to talk to this individual in Florida directly who is going through it right now?
Yeah, absolutely.
We're going to put you in touch. That's a really beautiful and positive message. And you blew the whistle on Disney and the vice president and the stuff that happened, and you've survived. And what do you attribute that to? Is it your faith? Is it fortune? Is it luck?
I somehow I think it's kind of God's plan, but I'm not really super religious. But I believe there's something out there that will take care of you if you're a good person, and that happens, and it's true. So I've landed on my feet, and I'm doing fine. Yeah.
Well, there you have it. That's Michael Grekel, the whistleblower from Disney, saying that he's landed on his feet after losing his job, making the same money he was making before. If you're a good person, it really comes down to you being a good person in this fight of, we started off the show with good versus evil, and we end the show with good versus evil. And perhaps the challenge is staying good when evil keeps coming after you. Now, I've got many messages now, people flooding our lines with requests to be general counsel, requests to work, what type of lawyer do you need? People claiming they know a lawyer. I know a lawyer who knows a lawyer. But if you want to work for OMG, we're going to post these job descriptions there. We're hiring. We're not just hiring positions. We're hiring citizen journalists. We're dispatching citizen journalists. Everyone's a journalist. Not everyone's a good journalist. We got to work on identifying the lead, L-E-D-E, the lead, not the L-E-A-D lead. But you got to figure out what is important and if you have evidence for it. So this is James O'Keefe on the inside. We got cease and desist letter coming from the university. We published the story anyway. We're going to find an attorney for our brave individual in Florida. And stay tuned every week, each week, for our new investigations. And stay fearless. Thank you and good night.
Like, not going to disrespect that. And I understand why on that platform it should be a little bit different than it is on Piers Morgan or something like this. This is for long form conversations. So I go into it with that attitude. And I also think that's kind of why I didn't, there were areas I probably could have gone a little bit harder on him. But I also, look, I'll say this and then I'll shut up and let you talk for a little bit and you could tell me what you think. But I left there with the feeling, I would say even a half hour in to the show, I think the reaction that we're getting, I've had a lot of debates where the reaction is overwhelmingly that I won the debate. In this particular case, it's just that he lost it. Like, it wasn't even that I beat him in the debate. He started out with a 40-minute struggle session for Joe Rogan that just contained probably the longest stretched logical fallacy I've ever seen anyone open a debate with. Just a naked appeal to authority, completely unclear with what he was saying. He came in, so in this struggle session with Joe Rogan, I couldn't make this up. This is barely before I presented any thought or argument or opinion. I think it was before that. He comes in with this long that is an appeal to authority, an appeal to expertise. You're having these non-experts talk about issues that experts should talk about. And I'm not saying they should be censored, and I'm not saying they shouldn't talk about it, but they're talking about it and they're acting like they're experts. How are they acting like they're experts? Because they're talking about it. And when they're talking about it, it was just the most ridiculous argument, the most pompous, elitist, but essentially telling the host of the show and the entire audience, your opinion doesn't matter. Like, it was just a strategy to me that was like, you want to make everyone think you're a pompous asshole? It was wild. In there, sandwiched in this appeal to expertise, he trashes Daryl Cooper and Ian Carroll, whose names he doesn't even know, and admits that he's never consumed any of their material before. Yet he's trashing them and then claiming that you can only talk about these issues if you have expertise. Then when he's asked, does he have expertise? He goes, well, in some things. Do you talk about things you don't have expertise in? Yeah, all the time I talk about things I don't have expertise in. Okay, well, why can you do that? Oh, you're not even understanding my point. You know, it was just like the most wild thing. And it just became clear as the show went on that Douglas Murray came to do anything but debate me. Like, that was the theme of the entire show. He was there to do every single thing except have an exchange of ideas with me. Everything. It was either I'm going to go on, these long appeal to authority, or I'm going to play ridiculous semantics games with you. Like when I say we're at war, you'll say we at war, and you're not at war. Your military is having an action, and you're not. And just contradicting himself constantly.
In 1943, the following directive was issued from party headquarters to all communists in the United States. It read, when certain obstructionists become too irritating, label them after suitable buildups as fascist or Nazi or anti-Semitic, and use the prestige of anti-fascist and tolerance organizations to discredit them. In the public mind, constantly associate those who oppose us with those names which already have a bad smell. The association will, after enough repetition, become fact in the public mind.
1943 predicting exactly what the left does today. And it doesn't stop there. In 1971, just about 30 years after this video took place, another communist named Saul Alinsky wrote a book called Rules for Radicals. In this book, he said, and I quote, "He who controls the language controls the masses," end quote. This is not a new tactic for the radical left, but it's so crazy how much this 1943 video and directive to communists resembles what we see today in 2025.
I think I've been screwing up this. This is a lot harder than it looks. Oh, I screwed up. It's hard.
Well, the Supreme Court, in an unsigned order, essentially allowed a lower court order that said, from Judge Boasberg, no, you got to bring that deported El Salvador illegal alien back to the United States. Can't remain in that Supermax prison. Well, the court essentially said, you got to facilitate it. So that just broke before the show. Joining me now, Missouri Senator Eric Schmitt. Senator, well, here we go. We got a massive problem with illegal immigration in the United States. The voters made it clear they wanted Donald Trump to do something about it. Donald Trump tries to take measures, sometimes, I guess, extraordinary measures to keep us safe. And yet the courts say, no, we're going to step in as the commander-in-chief and essentially do your job.
Well, I think that it's important to give context here, Laura, as this is breaking. I just had a chance to review the order before coming on your show, and it's very limited. This guy is deportable. This guy is a gang member. He is an MS-13 member, and they can deport him. They just couldn't deport him to El Salvador, evidently. So at the end of the day, this guy is going to be gone, and he should be gone, and there are hundreds of thousands more like him. This mass deportation effort, the American people, as you said, voted for this. We need more of it. And Judge Boasberg was slapped down earlier this week when he tried to intervene in the core Article 2 powers of the President of the United States. So as all these cases make their way through, the president's well within his authority to do it. In this specific example that just happened here, he's going to get deported, and he should. It just will be somewhere else other than El Salvador.
So he'll be brought back to the United States, kept in immigration custody, presumably, and then deported to his home country? You think that's how it's going to work?
So actually, he's from El Salvador. He had a credible claim under the Biden administration for asylum under evidently a threat from another gang, but he is a hardened criminal. So they can deport him because he's deportable. I mean, this is how ridiculous all this is. He's deportable. They will deport him somewhere else that they just can't actually deport him to El Salvador. So either way, the Trump administration is going to continue this effort. And like I said, there are over 1 million people here with criminal backgrounds and on the terrorist watch list that the Biden administration let in, whether through a goofy asylum process where they gave him a court date 10 years later, or through this parole process. Either way, they were just trying to allow as many people to come here illegally, 15 to 20 million. So this is going to be methodical. The good news is border crossings are down 95%, but there's a lot more work to do on these actual deportations.
Well, it also broke right before the show, and Doge was tweeting this out as well, that apparently there are 6,300 individuals who were paroled into the United States. That's their only legal status, is that Biden's people thought, oh, let's bring in these people. It turns out these individuals were, of the 6,300 I'm talking about, not the overall graphic, but these individuals were actually on an FBI terrorist watch list. So 6,300 should not have been brought in here, but there was no vetting. So they were on this FBI terror tracking list. So again, this is what we're learning now about what Biden did to America.
Well, it's worse than that, because these are just the people we know about who were paroled. There's literally tens of thousands of others that came in here illegally on the gotaways. But in this example, it just goes to show the abuse of the Biden administration. The parole process is supposed to be individualized, right? An individual case seeking to come here, somebody wanting to come here, maybe here temporarily, and then they go home eventually, right? Biden used this to parole people from entire countries and kept extending that, violating the law. So this is, again, all this kind of two-step that they used to flood this country through mass migration, through the NGOs who are being funded by USAID. This whole thing is a disaster. But President Trump is bringing order out of the chaos here, and the deportations are going to continue. But this is just another example, Laura. These people came here illegally. They were given parole. They should have been individualized. They weren't individualized, and now they're receiving government benefits. They need to be cut off and sent back.
Yeah, well, again, the Customs and Border Protection, they're getting to the bottom of these hundreds of thousands of people who were flown into the United States. Yeah. Okay, they weren't here. They were flown into the United States, which a lot of Americans don't understand. But again, just so far, they've found 6,300 of them on this FBI terrorist screening list. I mean, this can't even, we're beyond the Supreme Court, guys. We're beyond the Supreme Court. We're on this. I think Americans have to understand just how endangered our country is, not just by the economic waste, fraud, and abuse, but by potential terrorists who are just living amongst us. Senator, will the U.S. Senate conduct hearings into this particular issue?
Absolutely, we should. And we got to do everything we can to provide the oversight to make sure they're continuing to find these people. But Laura, this is the open borders crowd. These are the same people that the globalists that suppress free speech. They don't believe in those things. They don't believe in borders. They think they're arbitrary lines on maps. And they use our taxpayer dollars to fly them in here legally. And we need to get them out of here.
All right, Senator, thank you very much.
I am offended that our children are not receiving affordable gender reassignment surgery along with hormone blockers and access to abortion. This alone is a threat to our democracy. It just shows that you people do not care about our children and that these are the same people who refuse to obey the science and get fully vaccinated. It's science, people! Science! Science, people! Science! Science, people! Science! Science, people! Science! People! I am a
Well, it's a frosty 41 degrees here in Nashville this morning, and I have a live stream tonight, customer appreciation show for Redneck Riviera customers at Redneck Riviera. But that's the play hard part. You know, we call Redneck Riviera America's work hard, play hard brand. That's the play hard part tonight. The work hard part is today. So who wants to help me mulch? It's that time of year. Got my mulch. Got my wheelbarrow. This is kind of cool. Got my, this is my grandmother's pitchfork with an old oak handle on it from, man, she probably had that, she probably bought that thing back in the 50s. Anyway, you can tell it's chilly. It's steaming out here. So anyway, I'll see y'all tonight, 7 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Eastern. Live concert from me at the Redneck Riviera on X, at this X channel, at John Rich. Pass the word if you don't mind. We've got members of the VFW coming out tonight to give a report on how our sales have affected them on the Give Back program we have with them. We'll talk about Folds of Honor and a bunch of other cool stuff. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Have a great Saturday. Work hard, play hard. I'll see you tonight.
Irish people were the first slaves in America, and nobody talks about it. Our ancestors were ripped from their homes in Ireland, shackled and sold for less than African slaves in the 17th century, 1600s. They were called white cargo and treated as disposable workers. Over 300,000 Irish were shipped to the Caribbean and American colonies. They worked sugar plantations alongside African slaves, died from disease and the difference, this history was erased. No reparations, no memorials, no recognition books, even changed Irish slaves to indentured servants to minimize what happened. The word redneck actually comes from Irish workers whose skin burned in the Caribbean sun. This forgotten chapter of history shows how oppression knows no color. History isn't just about the past, it's who we are. Will you help keep this truth? Irish
We need to have a talk. Let me get a seat right now. You know, when things are so crazy, sometimes all you can do is like a manic laugh. So I'm in California, and our PG&E, that's our electric company, that's the only option that we have where I'm at. For the past year, all in 2024, they passed rate hike increases 6 times. And then the beginning of 2025, they're asking for another rate increase. Mind you, they just reported their profits, $2.4 billion. Now you may ask yourself, how does this happen? How do you only have one electric company? This electric company donated to Gavin Newsom.
Vote is 4-0. The item passes.
With that vote, the California Public Utilities Commission, or CPUC, approved a plan allowing major utility companies in the state, including PG&E, SoCal Edison, and San Diego Gas and Electric, to impose a fixed charge on most of their customers' monthly utility bills. Specifically, the plan includes a new flat fee of $24.15 per month, coming out to about $290 per year.
Yeah, we have 2 committees. Both committees are appointed by Gavin Newsom. Both committees make very, very serious decisions about our. They decide how much our gas is. They decide if we get to have fireplaces or gas stoves. They decide what our cost of energy is. So much power is given to these people, and most of us don't even know who they are. If you're watching this and you're like, okay, so how do I even begin to like address this? I'm going to tell you the first step you can do, the very first step that you can do to start building a relationship with your legislator, and that is, first, you got to find out who they are. So if you don't know who your state assembly person is and your state senator, go to this website, findyourrep.legislature.ca.gov. You're going to enter all your information, and it's going to give you your state senator and your state assembly member. And then if you scroll all the way to the bottom, you can obviously read the stuff, but if you're just trying to email them, go all the way down to their page, and you will see their phone number and their email address, and there'll be an option to contact them. Keep it real simple. You don't have to get into the meat of legislation. You can just call them and say, hi, my name is, I would prefer you call, I would prefer to call, but you can also email. But hello, my name is, I am a constituent, I have some concerns about what's going on in California, would love to talk with you. Office will schedule a meeting either with their chief of staff or their legislative director or their district director, whoever they choose to respond, and they will set up a meeting for you. Maybe with the legislator, it may be with their staff, both are fine. And then find out who your legislators are and when they're holding town halls, and then go to the meetings, ask the questions. I live in San Joaquin County. I am in Stockton, District 13, and this is my assembly person, Rhodesha Ransom, and she's going to be having a town hall. This is a great time to go and just ask questions or just listen. I spoke with her, and she said that she has a bill to address PG&E. Great. Where is it? Ask questions, because things are going to get very uncomfortable for a lot of people, especially our most vulnerable communities. So if you're not doing it, no one is.
It's more than just insider trading. Like the insider trading stuff, like the stock portfolio stuff is quite trackable, but it's a lot more than insider trading.
The way they're acquiring wealth.
Correct.
And what other methods?
I mean, this is really going to get me assassinated. It's like I'm not lengthening my lifespan by explaining this stuff, to say the least. I mean, I was supposed to go back to DC. How am I going to survive? This is going to kill me for sure. In fact, I do think like it's like, I actually have to be careful that I don't push too hard on the corruption stuff, because it's going to get me killed. Yeah. It's like, I was actually thinking about that on the plane flight over here. It's like, if I push too hard on the corruption stuff, people get desperate.
The New York Times just debunked, in the most insane way, debunked RFK Jr.'s assertion that the ingredients in Fruit Loops are different in Canada than they are in the United States. They fact-checked it while saying he was accurate. So their fact check, it's so dumb when you see I tweeted it. The fact check is so dumb because the fact check says it's not correct. They have the same ingredients except for these harmful chemicals. What the fuck? Look at this. Mr. Kennedy has singled out Fruit Loops as an example of a product with too many artificial ingredients, questioning why the Canadian version has fewer than the U.S. version. But he was wrong. The ingredient list is roughly the same, although Canada's has natural colorings made from blueberries and carrots, while the U.S. product contains red dye 40, yellow 5, and blue 1, as well as butylated hydroxytoluene, or BHT, a lab-made chemical that is used for freshness, according to the ingredient label. That is the fucking dangerous chemicals that are banned in Canada that we're trying to get rid of in America, and that of RFK. So they're literally saying he was wrong, but he was right.
Yeah, that made my brain hurt just reading that.
That's
it was just like,
New
fuck.
York fucking Times.
Yeah, this is just breaking here.
Sure.
The media says you're in the doghouse with Trump. Is that true, or is that fake news?
That's fake news, Jesse. And I would say this about
this team that I'm working with, it's radically different from the first term when we had a lot of people fighting and had disparate voices. And every time the boss wanted to do something, there were people wanting to hold him back. We have a unique set of skills here. I mean, Scotty and Howard, Scott Bessent and Howard Lutnick, come from the outside. And Scott knows the equity markets. Howard Lutnick is a great deal maker, knows the bond markets. Jameson Greer has 30 years of experience cutting trade deals. And then we have Kevin Hassett, who's just, he's a dual threat because he does trade and the tax policy. Stephen Miller's doing a great job behind the scenes. And you know what, Jesse? J.D. Vance is doing a beautiful job helping everything move along. And it's a radical departure from Mike Pence, who was a nice guy, but he didn't know anything about the core issues. So I think the American people, I want to say to the American people, 90 trade deals in 90 days, you're in great hands, not just with President Trump, who is the commander-in-chief and chief deal maker, but with the people who are involved. And, you know, when we need help, we go to Marco Rubio to deal with some of the diplomacy issues. When we're trying to sell some LNG to Japan, we can bring in Doug Burgum.
I think you just named the cabinet.
So it's a great thing.
It is a great thing.
I mean, look,
and
it's unbelievable. And I can't be more honored to be there, even if some people think I'm in the doghouse. That's officially fake news.
All right. Well,
but
it's
throw me a bone, Jesse.
There you go. It's a 90-day shot clock, Peter. And you get off the
Yes,
air
sir.
now. You better get to work if you're going to have to sign all these deals with these guys. Thank you so much. Good luck.
All right, my brother. Always a pleasure.
Look at his stupid face. Couldn't actually win one of his own, so he stole someone else's. I don't think that is actually the original Emmy. I think that's a shoddy remake. Where is he? Where is he? Oh, there in the front row. Just. Just in case you have to make a dash for it. Have you got it on you? I've heard you carry it around with you to get in restaurants and stuff. I made you what? Don't look at I'm gone off road. Everyone's getting nervous now. There's nothing on the auto cue. I could do anything. This is live. I made you what you are and I get nothing back. Have you even been to see Ghost Town yet? No. I sat through Heaven Almighty. Give me my Emmy. Give me my Emmy. I'll come down there. Give me it. I'll tickle you. I don't care. I've got nothing to lose here. I'm a nobody here. Where is it? Yes, you have. Stop. Yes, you have. Yes, you have. Give me it. Give me the Emmy. Give me the Emmy. Give me the Emmy. Give me it. Give me the... Thank you.
Right. Good.
I've decided I want my fucking reparations. And no, not from white people. I want it from these fucking black leaders and these fucking black celebrities that have been making money off of us as they sell us up a river for years and years and years. And I know black people don't want to hear these hard truths, but these fucking people owe us. I'm fucking tired of them telling us that we're fucking victims as they prosper and they make millions off of us. These are the same people that tell us to hate white people as they simultaneously date white people and make money with them. Mind you, they're telling you you can't accomplish things because you're black, all while accomplishing things while being black. Not to mention these people making money off of black pain and black suffering, all while promoting violence and promiscuity and drugs. These people are disgusting and they have no souls and they definitely do not worship God. I'm telling you, black people, we need to wake the fuck up and fucking hold people accountable for the shit that the people that are actually doing the shit to you. Hold them the fuck accountable. Stop always looking at white people.
But has it ever occurred to you, Wally, that the process that creates this boredom that we see in the world now may very well be a self-perpetuating, unconscious form of brainwashing created by a world totalitarian government based on money, and that all of this is much more dangerous than one thinks, and it's not just a question of individual survival, Wally, but that somebody who's bored is asleep, and somebody who's asleep will not say no? See, I keep meeting these people. I mean, just a few days ago, I met this man whom I greatly admire. He's a Swedish physicist, Gustav Bjornstrand, and he told me that he no longer watches television, he doesn't read newspapers, and he doesn't read magazines. He's completely cut them out of his life because he really does feel that we're living in some kind of Orwellian nightmare now, and that everything that you hear now contributes to turning you into a robot. And when I was at Findhorn, I met this extraordinary English tree expert who had devoted his life to saving trees. He just got back from Washington, lobbying to save the redwoods. He's 84 years old. He always travels with a backpack because he never knows where he's going to be tomorrow. And when I met him at Findhorn, he said to me, "Where are you from?" And I said, "New York." He said, "Ah, New York. Yes, that's a very interesting place. Do you know a lot of New Yorkers who keep talking about the fact that they want to leave but never do?" And I said, "Oh, yes." And he said, "Why do you think they don't leave?" I gave him different banal theories. He said, "Oh, I don't think it's that way at all." He said, "I think that New York is the new model for the new concentration camp, where the camp has been built by the inmates themselves, and the inmates are the guards, and they have this pride in this thing they've built. They've built their own prison, and so they exist in a state of schizophrenia, where they are both guards and prisoners, and as a result, they no longer have, having been lobotomized, the capacity to leave the prison they've made, or to even see it as a prison." And then he went into his pocket and he took out a seed for a tree and he said, "This is a pine tree." He put it in my hand and he said, "Escape before it's too late." See, actually for 2 or 3 years now, Chiquita and I have had this very unpleasant feeling that we really should get out. And we really feel like Jews in Germany in the late 30s. Get out of here. Of course, the problem is where to go, because it seems quite obvious that the whole world is going in the same direction.
There's a theory out there that the Trumps are actually time travelers. And it all starts with Nikola Tesla. When Tesla died in 1943, he had over 80 trunks full of secret inventions, scientific papers, and wild futuristic ideas. The US government rushed to secure his belongings. But guess who they sent to examine all of it? Trumpin, MIT physicist, and Donald Trump's uncle. Now here's where it gets strange. Some believe that John G. Trump didn't just inspect Tesla's work, he took some of it. And among Tesla's claims, he supposedly figured out how to manipulate time. So the theory goes, Trump used Tesla's ideas to create a time machine, which the Trump family may have used. Fast forward to another weird piece of the puzzle, a book from 1893 called Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey. The main character, a boy named Baron Trump who discovers portals and travels through time. The coincidences are wild same last name, same spelling of Baron, and themes of time travel and alternate dimensions. Add all this up, and some people believe the Trumps have been bending time for generations. Is it real? Who knows? But it definitely makes you wonder,
Six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go, go, go! Death race begin! It's race 2. We got a lot of cars sticking out of the behind. Oh, it's a cluster! It's a cluster at the exit! Go, go, go! Will they make it through? There's it through! They gotta go up the right ramp here. Oh, here's the roadblock from the cargo truck. Vehicle disable. Oh no! It's a pileup! Oh, what the? I'm targeted! I'm being targeted here! Oh, explosion almost takes us down. Get a knock on Onik. What a bot! Here we go. We're driving down to the tunnel here. It's anyone's game. The early vehicles may go down completely. Oh, and it's a massive blockade! They can't even make it through! Here we go, right through, slip the crack. Oh no! Oh no, there's no, oh, it's critical! It's vehicle critical! Oh, wait a second, this is my other, I have another teammate. Famine, you're still alive? Go, get through, brother, get through! Go, brother, go!
doing, sir?
Good.
You need anything?
Maybe another foot or two?
That close?
Are you trying to pick a fight or something here?
No, I'm just seeing what you're doing here.
You need to back off a foot or two.
I'm just trying
you
to see.
understand me?
Yeah, I understand.
Back off.
I'm trying to see what you're doing here.
Back off now.
Sir, we're just walking by.
He doesn't know he's not walking by. You need to move on. Do you understand me?
We're just trying to see what's...
You need to move on.
You're taking pictures.
You stay within a foot of me for a bit much longer, it's not going to turn out
Don't
well.
threaten me.
I'm not threatening you. I'm telling you, you need
threaten
to back up out of my space.
Don't threaten me.
I'm not.
Hey, sir, can I just talk to you for a minute?
You need to remove your trooper here.
Don't threaten me. Can I just talk to you? I'm not trying to intimidate you. I'm not trying to get in your space.
I don't think you are at all, Sergeant. I think you're actually being totally fine. I think Burkhart here has got a problem.
You said come another foot.
You knew what I was talking about, Trooper Burkhart.
He was asking for a foot.
You're being a smart and you need to stop.
We're just trying to see what's going on. You're all masked up.
Here's the thing.
And taking pictures.
You have a sergeant here who's actually behaving professionally. I guarantee you, if I went through your code of conduct right now for the policy manual for the Washington State Patrol, you'd find you being unreasonable and not acting appropriately. You're trying to step up because you're carrying a sidearm and you got other weapons.
No.
You're feeling a little too comfortable with yourself right now.
It's okay. We're just trying to get you see what's going on. Okay. Can I just talk to you for a minute?
Yeah,
Will you
absolutely.
feel better
you
if
could tell
it's not?
Burkhart just to move on.
Okay. I think he just wants to talk to me. Just give us a minute.
Burkhart, did something happen to you as a child?
No,
Come on, give me a couple more feet here. You standing behind me, it seems like you're trying to get ready to do something.
You're taking pictures, you're making people nervous. What do you expect? You don't see any, let's just walk up here. You don't see anybody else masked up.
Good job. That's for everything you guys do. The sergeant is being completely fine. Sergeant, do you still want to talk?
You don't see anybody else masked up.
My God, Burkhart, come on, chill out, man.
There was no deficit of goods coming in. I've been plenty of
There was
times.
no deficit?
No, there are
No
plenty
goods were kept out.
There are plenty. How many? Have you been to the crossing points?
No.
When were you last there at all?
I've never been.
You've never been?
Well, am I not allowed to talk about it now? I've never been to. Have you ever been to Nazi Germany? Are you allowed to have feelings about them?
You can't time travel, but you
You're
can.
right.
But you can travel.
Okay, but so what? So what's the point? Like,
No,
okay.
I find that
Lots
very...
of people have been there and agree with me, and lots of people have been there and agree with you.
Yeah, but
so I
if
don't
you're
know
going to
what
spend a year and a half talking about a place, you should at least do the courtesy of visiting it.
all right. I just think this is a non-argument.
You don't
but
think?
Okay. No, I think it's a non-argument.
But if you're an expert,
you have to go and touch the ground?
No, I think you have to see. I think it's a good idea to see stuff, particularly if you spend a career talking about something. Yes, I have a journalistic rule of trying never to talk about a country even in passing unless I've at least been there.
Okay,
it's a
but that's
sort of
not
normal. It's a normal thing to do. You're talking about. Hang on, you're talking about crossing points. And not only have you never been to a crossing point in either Egypt or in Israel, but you've never even been to the region.
Okay. Again, I think this is a non-argument. I don't understand.
No, it's not a non-argument.
Yeah, it is.
It's not a non-argument. If you're insisting that you're an expert of some kind, or not claiming you're an expert, but still talking about it, about the provisions going into Gaza or not, if you've never seen any of this going on.
So you're not
That's
allowed to
amazing
speak about
me.
things that you've read about. You can only speak about things that you've seen with your own eyes.
You can talk about what you want, as you're proving. But that is a different matter from spending an awfully long amount of time talking about an issue in a region you haven't even had the courtesy to visit whilst developing all of these views about it. I mean, now I slightly get an idea of where you're coming from. You've read about this blockade, and so you imagine that that's what it is. I imagine you've read all the people who say that Gaza was a concentration camp, and you probably think that too. Am I right?
I mean, again, literally a concentration camp. It shares a lot of similarities, I would think.
Wow. Well, as I say, you can't time travel
Let's go
back to the
back to the
Nazi
block-
era.
let's
but
go
you
back to
could
the
go
blockade.
to the Middle
Okay.
East and actually visit it.
Okay,
It's
the
not
world.
Problem with that? You know what you should do? You should sanction me. Sanction me with your army. Oh, wait a minute. You don't have an army. I guess that means you need to shut the fuck up. That's what I do if I don't have no army. I would fuck up. Shut the fuck up. That's right.
This is art. Scientists are now confirming what many have long suspected. The COVID shots don't just impact your immune system, they can damage your brain and devastate mental health. And the evidence is overwhelming. A recent wave of studies have revealed shocking increases in ischemic strokes up 44%, hemorrhagic strokes up 50%. Transient ischemic strokes or mini strokes up 67%, myasthenia gravis, a debilitating autoimmune condition, up over 71%, Alzheimer's up 22%, cognitive impairment up nearly 138%, depression up over 68%, anxiety disorders up nearly 44%, and sleep disorders up over 93%, all linked to one thing: toxic spike protein accumulation and persistence in the brain. This isn't a conspiracy theory. These are documented, peer-reviewed research published studies by documented experts, including by epidemiologist Nicholas Holscher, who says using mRNA to hijack cells in various organ systems to produce a highly toxic spike protein that persists in the body for months or even years was one of the worst ideas in medical history. So what can you do? The good news is you don't have to sit back and accept this damage. You can protect yourself. First, stop exposing yourself to further risks. Second, support your body's natural detoxification pathways. And third, ensure your diet is anti-inflammatory and is supporting mitochondrial health.
I think the church is properly equipped to understand the issue of cultural Islam and how Islam is slowly slitting the throat of the West. And the fact that almost nobody is applauding shows we have to do more teaching on this, Jack. This is a serious issue. If you have been blessed to go to Europe 10, 15 years ago, I encourage you to go back. It is an unrecognizable continent.
Don't go back.
It is a conquered land of the Mohammedans. And Mohammedanism, by the way, is the following of the Prophet Muhammad, where they believe is the ultimate authority. Christianity in America, I think that probably, Jack is really good on this, I think probably less than 1% of churches are equipping the congregation to understand it is slow motion suicide to import millions of people who are taught to hate you, conquer you, and if necessary, kill you. And I know that might sound extreme, but go read the Quran and the Hadith. And
it's true.
Of course there are good Muslims. I have a doctor who is a good Muslim in Phoenix. That is not the point. The point is the ideology in the macro, not the micro. Do not allow them to trap you into micro stories of Muslims that act pleasant to you, okay? Is the macro compatible with Western civilization? And the answer is it is not compatible with Western civilization.
You must hear this. In fact, if you have any doubt, and you mentioned Europe. I've been to Europe both past and present. It's a shock. It's a heartbreaking shock. Europe is a post-Christian world. There's no doubt about it. But listen, everybody, if you've ever landed at Reagan National Airport and you get in your Uber or rental car and you're heading out of the airport, there is a park just at the north end of the airport, and there will be at various times of the day, there will be anywhere from 100 to 200 Muslims with their prayer carpets out praying. You've probably seen them. And in fact, it was just somebody posted this recently. The point is this. Is it Patterson? Is it Patterson, New Jersey? Patterson, New Jersey? Do you know why I'm bringing it up, anybody? Patterson, New Jersey, the city of Patterson, New Jersey. City council just went 100% Muslim. And they implemented elements of Sharia law in the United States, in Patterson, New Jersey. If you think that it's just a benign, different religion, you have never read Islam, nor do you know anything about history. And I highly encourage you to read what Winston Churchill said about Islam. It will absolutely blow your mind. And sadly, Winston Churchill, nobody listened to him because now his country is gone.
It's conquered.
It's conquered. But you've got to realize something. They have a little jingle, and their jingle is, we'll destroy the Saturday people first, and then we'll destroy the Sunday people.
The Saturday people are Jews, and the Sunday people are you. And you say, well, I know a lot of nice Muslims. Listen, push comes to shove, the radicals will force the ones that you know that are nice. Happens in every country all over the world.
As soon as the beauty came out of the water, she saw her husband taking off his pants. Then he pulled out his belt and formed a loop. He tied his feet with the belt and started climbing the coconut tree. Mary was worried and curious, but suddenly she heard her husband secretly talking on the phone with another woman. Mary was very angry. She even wanted to shake the coconut tree, throw her husband off the coconut tree. But the next moment, Mary had a better idea. The next morning, Jack was awakened by the rising seawater. Mary walked towards him from a distance. She told Jack calmly. The boat was blown away by the wind. Jack heard her words. He had a bad feeling. Then Mary went into the forest to find fruit, but she ran to the other side of the island. The boat was not washed away by the sea because Mary's husband wanted to deceive her, so she hid the boat and his mobile phone. She wanted to trap her husband on this deserted island forever. At night, they rested on the beach. Jack found a boat key hanging around Mary's neck. He immediately understood everything. The next morning, Jack woke up early. Mary found something wrong. She quickly touched her neck. The keychain was gone. Mary's feet were tied by vines. Jack rushed to the boat, but the strange thing was, Mary untied the vines but did not chase Jack again. Jack stepped on the accelerator, but the next moment, this was just the beginning. When Jack swam back to the island, Mary made a bow and arrow with a stick and vines. He hoped that Jack would be punished more severely.
Stay in your home for a couple weeks. It's for the greater good. We need you to close your business just for a short time. It's for the greater good. We need you to stay home just a little bit longer than 2 weeks. It's for the greater good. We need you to wear this on your face. It's for the greater good. We need you to wear 2 of these on your face. It's for the greater good. We need you to inject this into your body. It's for the greater good. We need you to spend the holidays alone. It's for the greater good. You must inject this into your body if you want to feed your family. It's for the greater good. We need you to stop eating that. It's not good for the environment. It's for the greater good. We need you to stop driving your car and flying. It's for the greater good. We need you to stop heating your home so often. It's for the greater good. We need you to stop saying that. It's hurting some people's feelings. This is for the greater good. We need you to stop having children. It's not good for the planet. This is for the greater good. We need you to stop talking about your faith. It's offending people. This is for the greater good. We need to separate you from your children because you're not compliant.
The agricultural revolution was essentially figuring out really good solar panels. You can kind of think about it this way. Crops are basically solar panels, and they absorb solar energy. They build it into a carbohydrate, right, which humans are able to consume and use for energy. And that really unlocked human flourishing, right? We had enough food to feed everybody, and we could then go about our days, a little bit more of our days, right? We were still working long hours to be able to eat, but we weren't spending all of our time just hunting and gathering.
Things changed dramatically once we were able to access hydrocarbons.
The equipment on farm that uses fossil fuels as its fuel so that you can go run a plow more efficiently. You're not using horses. You can use all sorts of processing equipment that you don't have to use human labor. So it's just amazing how it's just transformed all corners of our society.
The big thing happened when people realized that you could use the power of burning coal. Coal was a considerably denser and more efficient fuel to use.
You're no longer limited to the sunlight you could capture at that time. At that point, you're capturing sunlight stored for millions of years. That's when economic growth really took off, was when we were able to start accessing that level of energy density.
1 horsepower actually is a lot less energy or a lot less power than 1 horse can deliver. But James Watt invented steam engines, and he was selling steam engines, so he defined a horsepower to be equivalent to a very weak horse after a long week of work. As soon as we had steam engines, we could use steam power to industrialize the destruction of forests and to industrialize the extraction of coal, which could also be used to burn. So it's kind of this feedback process. And that feedback process, almost overnight, changed TFP growth, that is total factor productivity growth, changed GDP growth, And all these factors kind of fed into one another and created this kind of accelerating improvement in terms of just general quality of life.
People in the countries where the Industrial Revolution happened, income went up by a factor of 100. Lifetime expected at birth doubled.
A lot of human labor to more and more machine labor, because now you've got this fuel form that's easier to access, that's easier to transport. Some of these really early factories have like a giant motor that operates and turns like a huge gear, and there's a ton of like pulleys off of the system, and that machine will be doing whatever the human task was.
The founders were people who really thought toward the future. They thought, we want to build the foundations here for a country that can support, liberty and justice for everyone. And it's really important to remember that, like, in some ways, energy production is not super prestigious, but actually primary production is what made this country rich in the first place. And primary production is the thing that China is currently massively outcompeting the United States on. Primary production is the wellspring from which all our other forms of wealth grow.
To understand the possibilities of a hyperabundant energy future, we need to start in the past, because the past will show us how we got here and thus how we can get there.
The next really big aha moment was actually that there are big blocks of chemical energy underground. And it actually started out with peat, these composted chunks of biomass that slowly get turned into sort of a burnable form. And peat started getting burned in ovens, and it was used for cooking food, which actually helps that food to become more energy useful to humans as they consume it. We used it to start doing other things like making tools, and those tools can help us till the earth faster, those sorts of things. And then the next big one was coal.
Coal is a kind of rock. It's actually a form of solar power because it was laid down by ancient forests that spent many millions of years growing and then falling over. And so we just have these insane coal beds worldwide of like ancient forests that grew and fell over for millions of years. Today, as a result of like geological processes, it's essentially pure carbon, often with a little bit of sulfur or something mixed in. And we can just dig it up and burn it. And digging up and crushing up soft rocks is about $10 a ton. So that's a pretty neat trick.
That really unlocked the steel age, and it unlocked transportation via trains and all these sorts of things that we didn't have access to before. And at each of those points, our standard of living just massively inflected.
I think it was in the 1700s roughly that basically extremely inefficient steam engines were used to pump water out of mines. So in Cornwall, which is the southern part of Britain, there are mines mostly for tin, which is used as an alloy of copper to make bronze. And there have been mines there going back thousands of years. We know that the Phoenicians, we know that the ancient Egyptians traded either directly or indirectly to get tin from southern Britain. And we also know that the Cornish miners were so expert at what they did that they became the diaspora all around the world in the 1800s that taught the rest of the world how to mine. So, for example, California is full of all kinds of mines. Those mines were often founder-staffed, engineered by Cornish miners, the ones who survived, the ones who knew how to build stopes and blockade things and so on. And they would dig these mines underground, below the water table in southern Britain, and then out under the ocean. So they're mining up to a mile offshore through rock under the ocean. So these initial steam engines were used to pump water out of the mines. How does a steam engine work? Roughly, it's basically determined by how hot you can get the hot side and how cold you can get the cold side. And that the temperature spread is what allows you to extract mechanical energy. And for practical steam turbines and stuff, it's in the 30s, maybe the 40%, low 40%, which is respectable. But easily 60 to 70% of the energy is going out as heat. Once had steam engines that could keep on feeding coal in, basically kickstarted the Industrial Revolution.
Oil, black gold, I think really took humanity by storm. This made the modern world. And I think to a degree that people don't appreciate. It's not just the fact that we have, diesel and gasoline to drive cars around. It also made the material reality of the world different. We have plastics and we have all of these, materials that we build the entire world out of. If you look around any room, I think most of what you're going to look at with your eyes is essentially built out of hydrocarbon.
Well, I'm just thinking about the chair I'm sitting on has some sort of plastic component in it. That's made from oil.
And the ability to actually have a liquid store of energy is very underappreciated, I think. The fact that you can hold energy in a bucket and you can take it from place to place is a massive unlock for humanity. That means that we can fly. It means we can drive long distances in a car that anybody can own. Anyone in the world can purchase a vehicle, even if it's just a small scooter, and they can get miles and miles where it would have taken, weeks before. Oil is one of the most interesting substances in the universe, actually. So if you look at the periodic table, I actually would challenge you to find a better substance than oil for just carrying energy around. And the reason for that is that it's oxidizable. So we have oxygen in the atmosphere, which means we have 1/2 of an oxidation reaction just waiting to happen. And then it turns out underground there's the other half, right, which is a hydrocarbon. And when you mix hydrogen and carbon with oxygen in combustion, you also get pretty clean elements as well. You get water and you get CO2, things that are already in the atmosphere. And that oxidation reaction, it turns out, carries an enormous amount of energy. You can put that through a pipeline. You can still put it on a train if you want to, but loading that into a pipeline and moving it across states with essentially no logistics at all, that's something that was only unlocked by oil.
And part of this history is that Standard Oil created the Industrial Revolution. Standard Oil, right, is this company which their goal, their mission statement is that they want to produce the highest quality oil at the lowest possible price to the customer. And so around the turn of the century, the company's formed and starts operating, and they start massively expanding. But as they're making profits, they take all the profits and put it into R&D, and they buy up these assets where somebody has drilled for oil. And if you drill for oil, you either get sour or sweet crude. Sweet crude is low sulfur, is ready to go right into a motor or engine or transmission, and it won't damage the metal. And a sour crude has high sulfur and basically can't be used, and no one knows how to use it. So they hire these scientists, run all these laboratory experiments, and they basically sit there and for years work on a solution. Meanwhile, the company just continues to buy up all the sour crude that no one else knows how to use. So it's pennies on the dollar. And they eventually just have this massive breakthrough and unlock it and go, well, we now have a chemical process. They basically developed one of the refinery processes.
America and oil have always gone together in a really special way because of the long fascination that America has had with moving things, right? We love things that move. We invented cars, right? And we wouldn't have been able to invent the car without something to put in its gas tank. We invented airplanes, and there's no formulation of an airplane that doesn't work without a hydrocarbon fuel. And these things are just stitched into the fabric of who we are as a nation. Having invented most of these modern forms of transportation that move us around the world, I mean, you can just see it everywhere in America. We love our cars, we love our airplanes. We have this lifelong obsession with them as a nation, and it's definitely stitched into our DNA.
Do you guys listen to me at all? You don't listen, sir? You right there. The guy who looks like he owns every furniture store in Arizona. You right there. Hey, I'm Big Tony. Come on down. We got futons at half price because I'm going insane. That's like your commercial. Is that your commercial? Are you Big Tony with big futons? Come on down to my futon store. We'll let you fuck on it for free. Big Tony's, big discounts at Big Tony's Futons. Oh, this is my wife. She makes me put her in the commercial. Is that what you do, bro? What do you do? You work for Budweiser. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about Budweiser's 9/11, can we? You are. So did you get out before Dylan Mulvaney? Retirement. There we go. You're like, I love Budweiser. But you can't be bad beer and have bad campaigns at the same time. You're out, bro. You don't give a shit. You're selling futons, right? Stereo, yeah, that's great. That's definitely drug dealing for sure. You guys look like the before and after, okay? Dude, you don't have to. You're retired, bro. You're banging chicks way out of your league. You're doing great. How'd you pick up her, dude? She was 15. She was, okay. You said that out loud to everybody on a camera. We're going to have to blur that. And sir, I didn't want to say it, but you do have pedophile face for sure. I mean, oh my God. How many, were you a frequent flyer to the island, sir? Huh? This guy looks like Jeffrey Epstein's brother, Pete Epstein, everybody. Hey, it's Pete Epstein, everyone. That's fine, we know that, sir. What's that? Oh, you guys been together since you were 17 and 15? Oh my God, you've been hitting that for 15 years. Good for you, bro. What weird role playing are you guys into? You gotta dress that gift up. What are you doing, bro? You guys are probably into blackface by now, right? That's the only way you guys can come from racial slurs, right? He's like, put on the blackface. Hello, maybe. Dude, you eat your butt in blackface, it looks like an Oreo, your asshole. He's got a big black pumpkin butt, okay? He calls her asshole the black hole.
Let me make 7 quick points. First, one of the original sins of government that has carried and caused the poor treatment of the January 6th protester defendants is the lawless formation of the House Select Committee, the January 6th Committee, leading to it acting in a one-sided and due process-free way. That committee was gerrymandered by Speaker Pelosi, operated without a ranking member or counsel to the ranking member. Liz Cheney was granted vice chair status to try to cover that up. The committee then had a series of carefully scripted by Hollywood hearings where the entire Q&A path was pre-written and meshed with cherry-picked snippets of highly edited video and audio doctored video. The committee interviewed 1,000+ witnesses, it says, but only about 200 transcripts have been released. Second, the January 6th committee worked with regime media, the New York Times, Washington Post, CNN, and MSNBC, etc. In that way, the fake narrative that an insurrection had occurred on January 6th was blasted everywhere. Based on secretly recorded video, we now have on tape Nancy Pelosi's documentarian daughter and her friends admitting that no real insurrection ever occurred. The collective effect of the January 6th committee's shameful way of proceeding, plus the reinforcing media blitz, poisoned the jury pool in Washington, D.C. Trial venue transfers out of D.C. should have been permitted. Media narrative mongering, indeed, was also the pre-original sin, therefore, of this entire issue because it laid the groundwork for the January 6th Select Committee's hatchet jobs. Third, many of the defendants were swept up in a vast dragnet that I believe violated the Fourth Amendment because it was the equivalent of a general warrant that our framers sought to ban. This was done through the use of geofencing technology and cell phone data warrants sent to telecom providers. Additionally, many protesters arriving after President Trump's speech in the ellipse had finished did not see any signage that areas normally open to the public were closed that day, setting up a trespass trap for the unwary. Fourth, the Justice Department did not treat these cases with appropriate respect for the First Amendment rights of the protesters. The 2020 presidential election was incredibly contentious, and many citizens in this country disagreed with mainstream media pronouncements that they should, in essence, sit down and shut up about the election and how it was conducted. By contrast, I was at the Justice Department getting daily updates about the Marco Hatfield Federal Courthouse in Portland being attacked night after night after night in the summer of 2020. Insurrection is a far more appropriate moniker for that targeted Antifa lawlessness than a largely spontaneously assembled crowd being agitated by tear gas and rubber bullets. Yet the First Amendment issues led to the self-agitators in Portland being treated very differently and with special kid gloves. This takes me to my fifth point. The January 6th defendants have not been dealt with in the same fashion as the Antifa and BLM protesters in 2020 who engaged in terrible conduct, threatened the White House, did millions of damage in property in that summer in the lead up to the presidential election. This is a flat violation in terms of comparing those two categories of defendants or potential defendants of the equal protection of the laws. Many Americans think the selective prosecution on display here is blatant. Sixth, there are widespread Brady violations as to how these defendants are being dealt with today, and I'll confine that to just two areas for our purposes today. First, the concealed or underreported footage issue around the Capitol. So the House is to be commended for allowing Tucker Carlson, Julie Kelly, and John Solomon to review the footage. And second, it's hard to imagine that with 800 plus or so unreleased January 6th committee deposition transcripts, that there's not at least some exculpatory evidence in there that has not yet been seen by the relevant defendants and their lawyers. The January 6th committee, in short, acted like a star chamber, and there is no reason for this Congress to let that go on. Seventh and lastly, the judges on the federal district court here in Washington, D.C. seem to have come under the spell of the January 6th committee's original sin, and in that way they allowed the constructed mainstream media narrative to influence their decisions. And as a legal matter, they're by and large allowing a statute designed to close an obstruction of justice loophole that Arthur Andersen exploited in the Enron debacle to be applied to entirely different activity that in many instances is protected by the First Amendment and should appropriately be treated differently. As a result, Antifa and BLM revolutionaries, and it's not an exaggeration to call them that, who engaged in worse conduct largely got off scot-free, and worse yet, many of them left with bags of cash from civil settlements. By contrast, the sentences being handed down against January 6 defendants are wildly disproportionate. For all these reasons, I'm glad to be here today before you.
I wasn't playing when I said this is the best series of all time. I wasn't playing. I wasn't playing, boys. All right, let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Dude, one of the greatest experiences in any video game.
No way. Oh my god! Take that LTV, it's safe. Come right towards daddy. Come right towards daddy. Yup, come right towards fucking daddy! Oh yeah. Oh yeah, come up this road. Come up the yellow brick road, bitch. Oh, you know what? I'll come to you. Oh, fuck me! I don't know, what do you guys want? Gold rocket or red rocket? I like the gold. It says I'm classy, but I'm also here to fuck shit up. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like I have taste, but I will blow you. Blow you up. I will make you explode. That's not anybody. I will blow you up with an explosive. That's what I was going for the whole time. That's the climax I was trying to get to. Okay, that's not.
And listen, there's something else you should be aware of, and I saw this happen yesterday. It's now public information. This Paul Atkins guy was confirmed for the head of the SEC. And why that matters, I don't know if you saw that letter from Rick Scott, but he said, I'm not going to confirm you unless you agree to uphold the law that the previous administration did not uphold about delisting Chinese companies that do not abide by GAAP. There's billions of market cap right now listed on NASDAQ and NYSE companies that I have to compete with. I have to pay for the compliance costs. I have to be transparent. I have to abide by the law, and they don't. And they raise money with the same bankers I use, and I have to compete with them, and they're not being transparent. They have to get delisted. And Atkins, I guess, they must have had an agreement because he got confirmed. As soon as he gets sworn in, start delisting these Chinese companies. This law was modified to only give them 2 years to abide and actually comply, and they didn't. So delist them. Why should I have to compete with them? Let's squeeze them, squeeze them, squeeze them. Just keep going and going and going until they start complying. That's what I want.
He also said on here that he wasn't anti-Semitic until the Holocaust. There were no speeches of Hitler's in the 1930s.
No, again, this is no.
He
said he was not public about it.
He said he was downplaying it to win over. He said there was a period where he was downplaying it to win over popular support in Germany. It was his argument.
There is no historian of World War II who thinks that Hitler was downplaying anti-Semitism in the 1930s. That was what he was doing. He wrote a book about it in the 1920s. He got to power on it, and he grew his power on the back of it. The idea that you can argue that in the 1930s, Adolf Hitler was downplaying the anti-Semitism, like, there's no historian who would agree with that. So why would you throw out the idea that in the 1930s, Hitler was not being anti-Semitic in public? That was what he was doing in public. He announces to the German parliament what he wants to do. So when you're throwing out claims like he was keeping it down in the 1930s, first of all, what are you doing? And secondly, why?
Okay. I mean, I think that it's kind of hard because I don't even know exactly what Daryl's point on that was. And so I'm not really in a position to argue what he was saying there. I don't think you're giving him the most charitable interpretation.
I don't need to give him the most charitable interpretation to be able to see
okay,
what
I think you're
he's
straw-manning
doing.
him, I should say.
Look, anyone can look up what he said on this show and others, what these two guys in particular have said on repeated podcasts with both of you. It's an attempt to downplay Hitler and always to do down Churchill.
I don't think.
Yeah, so the comments under this video are full of men losing their minds. And I get it. She's bragging about owning a house at 23 thanks to 250,000 men. It's infuriating. But here's the thing. She's just one girl. And 250,000 men made that possible. Maybe it wasn't you. Maybe you never spent a dime on this stuff. But someone did. A lot of someone's. This didn't happen in a vacuum. This became mainstream because enough men made it profitable. And this is the world your peers are helping to build. Men have more power than they think. But right now, it's being wasted. Given away. Hoes will be hoes. But only if they have the platform to be. So maybe it's time to stop building it.
Give me one reason to stay here, and I'll turn right back around. Said I don't want to leave you lonely. You gotta make me change my mind. Baby, I got your number. Oh, and I know that you got mine. You know that I called you. I called too many times. You can call me, baby. You can call me anytime. You got to call me. Give me one reason to steer, and I'll turn right back around. You can see me turning.
The Tesla coil is more than just an old invention. It's a direct link to the free energy Tesla envisioned, energy that exists all around us in the ether. What people don't realize is that this energy isn't just for powering devices. It interacts with us, with life itself. I've been using Tesla coils personally, and the health benefits have been undeniable. The high frequency energy they generate isn't like the electricity that runs through your house. It's something much more refined, pure energy that resonates with the body's bioelectric field. And when you expose yourself to this kind of energy, something amazing happens. Cellular rejuvenation. Your cells don't just run on food and water, they run on electricity. When you bring in high frequency energy, your mitochondria respond. You're literally charging your cells, just like a battery, giving them the power to repair and regenerate at a faster rate. Improved circulation and detoxification. The blood isn't pumped by the heart, it moves through vortices. High-frequency energy enhances this natural motion, stimulating blood flow and lymphatic drainage. That means toxins get flushed out faster and nutrients get delivered more efficiently. Nervous system optimization. Our nerves operate on electrical signals. When the body's bioelectric field is strengthened, synaptic function improves, communication between cells becomes more efficient, and brain fog lifts. Alignment with natural frequencies. Our bodies are meant to function in harmony with the Schumann resonance and other natural electromagnetic fields. But in today's world, we're bombarded with artificial frequencies that throw us out of balance. The Tesla coil helps realign us to nature's rhythm, restoring balance and increasing vitality. Now take this idea and expand it to a much larger scale. The giant Tesla coil in Texas. We're talking about a structure powerful enough to influence an entire region. Imagine a world where free energy is abundant, where people can tap into limitless electricity from the ether, removing dependency on centralized power grids. This coil represents Tesla's original dream. Energy freely available, without wires, without limits. But beyond energy, this is about human potential. If a small coil can enhance cellular function, imagine what a massive one could do. Could it accelerate healing? Could it amplify consciousness? Could it unlock abilities we've forgotten? The Earth's frequency is rising, and this coil may play a role in that transition. If we're moving toward a more electrical, energetic existence, then structures like this could be part of what shifts us into that reality. Tesla knew this over 100 years ago, and now we're starting to rediscover what he was really working on. It's not just technology, it's biology, it's consciousness, it's evolution.
What is your hand touching?
What do you mean?
Is your hand touching anything hard?
Hard?
Like metal?
I don't know.
Don't move your hand. Just tell me what you feel.
Dr. Burke, what's going on?
Hannah?
My fingertips are touching something kind of hard. Yeah, definitely.
Oh my God. Dr. Milton.
What? What's wrong?
Hannah, I don't want you to move. Not your hand, not your body, not an inch.
Okay. You should know you're starting to scare me.
Don't be scared. Everything's going to be fine. Dr. Gray, can you... I want you to walk out of this room. Walk. Do not run. Go and tell the charge nurse that we have a code black.
I'm sorry, Code Black?
Code black. Tell him that I am sure, and then tell him to call.
What do we do now?
I go back in and wait for the bomb squad. You leave. You all leave.
Mayor, you coming? It's your funeral.
You need a surgical team.
Well, all I need is Dr. Milton to keep him under. I can do the rest myself. Fine. But you wait by the elevator. I don't want anyone in here that doesn't need to be in this OR. When the bomb squad arrives, we'll take it from there. Until then, Milton and I are doing this alone. Now, go.
But specifically, we're focusing on Katie Blackwell. She was one of several Minneapolis police officers to take the stand in Derek Chauvin's trial. And specifically, she says during Chauvin's state trial that she does not recognize the technique that Derek Chauvin is using. We used about 30 seconds of her testimony in that documentary, The Fall of Minneapolis, which was released back in 2023. We were sued by Katie Blackwell just this past October, so nearly a year later, for the documentary and also for my book called They're Lying, The Media, the Left, and the Death of George Floyd. That's the first piece of work we put out surrounding all of this, just trying to get the truth out in any way we possibly could. And she specifically takes issue with how she's depicted on the stand. She says that she was defamed through The Fall of Minneapolis and the book. Well, just this week on Tuesday, Judge Edward Wall with Hennepin County ruled in our favor to have that lawsuit dismissed. And what's quite interesting with this, as part of our order for dismissal, we gathered dozens and dozens of police officers that called her testimony into question. They signed sworn court declarations to say this was a part of training. In fact, 14 actually used the word perjury, that Katie Blackwell, who has since been promoted twice, keep in mind, since Chauvin's trial, she's now the assistant police chief in Minneapolis, that she perjured herself during that trial. So the judge, in his 58-page order that he put out, his ruling on Tuesday, again in our favor, throwing this whole lawsuit out. Our attorney called it garbage from the very beginning. But in many ways, this is really going to mean quite a few things, I think, not only for Chauvin, but for the other three officers as well. The ruling saying things like each statement that Judge Blackwell complains about or Blackwell that complains about is substantially true, using that language throughout this ruling. And under the facts, it is possible to interpret Blackwell's testimony as incomplete or misleading by omission. There's specifically about 10 different references to her testimony not being truthful in this order. So we do believe that perhaps more things will fall, and perhaps likely soon here with all of this, Jack.
So I want to just get this clear for the audience, that for the members of the posse that haven't been following this, and this case, took place all the way back. It was April of 2021, so I believe almost exactly. I think about it, I have to look at the date. We're almost coming up on the exact 4 years to the day since this case was decided, and so, but yeah, April 20th, 2021, and so. This officer, who is actually the training commander, so the person who was in charge of all the training for the Minneapolis police force, is going up there saying that she doesn't recognize the neck restraint that Derek Chauvin employs on George Floyd in this situation. And now you have all these people coming forward, current and former officers, saying that this is exactly what they were trained to do, and exactly what she personally trained them to do. And yet she goes up on the stand in this I shudder to think of a case since OJ that's more high profile than Derek Chauvin and George Floyd, and essentially says that the opposite of what the truth is, essentially just lies. And this is a massive bombshell. So she sues you and says this is defamation, none of this is true. Judge comes in and says, no, this isn't defamation. And in fact, it looks like there is a legitimate basis. And by the way, this isn't just a First Amendment thing. The judge actually comes in. Walk me through that, because I believe the phrasing was found basically this legitimate basis, significant amount of truth from your statement in the documentary.
Yeah, and this is really what's remarkable, Jack. So you have the media, no surprise, Minnesota's largest newspaper, the Star Tribune, owned and operated, operated by a former commissioner of Governor Tim Walz. But they are spinning this, that, this had nothing to do with the truthfulness of her testimony, sort of nothing to see here. And this is what the Minneapolis Police Department, they say that this did not question the truthfulness of her testimony. In fact, that is not true at all. In 10 different areas of this order by Judge Wallet, in fact, does exactly that. Again, using that phrase, substantial truth, the core implication of Collins' statement, it's true, whether it's the book or the documentary. So let's not only forget that all of these officers, they come forward, 34 officers in all with these signed court declarations, 14 of them saying that she perjured herself. We could have had many more officers, but at some point we didn't want to waste the court's time with too many things we were submitting in this order for dismissal. But there are also pictures of Katie Blackwell herself, actually using this restraint herself during some riots that took place after a hockey game years ago that appear in a Minneapolis Police Department yearbook. We have dozens upon dozens of pictures that were submitted to us and also used in the cases of these officers, using this same restraint. But I also want to let people know that the MRT, the maximal restraint technique, which you can hear the officers talking about in the body camera footage. Again, the body camera footage is kept away from the public for at least 2.5 months. There's a reason for that we're only allowed to see that viral cell phone video from May of 2020. But all of that is kept from the public, and again, it's easy to see why. And MRT is not allowed. Judge Peter Cahill in Derek Chauvin's case does not allow the maximal restraint technique into his state trial because they say that they can't find proof that the last time MRT was taught, that he signed his name in for that training. So therefore, he did not allow MRT in trial. Again, as crazy as that sounds, but these are a lot of different tactics and techniques that I think need to be questioned. Also, want to remind your audience, it's Attorney General Keith Ellison who's leading the prosecution of Derek Chauvin and these officers. And in fact, the Hennepin County Attorney's Office quickly came out and said that they did not feel comfortable charging these 3 other officers specifically after this happened. And this is when you have Governor Tim Walz come into the picture, and he takes the case away from Hennepin County and gives it to Attorney General Ellison. But you're right, we're approaching nearly 5 years now since this has all happened in May of 2020. And it is remarkable how people still to this day, the media in Minnesota, continue to cling to this narrative, to these lies. In fact, yesterday, the Star Tribune called the type of reporting I do abhorrent. And I quickly fired back saying, sorry, I do believe in facts and actually talking to the people involved. So that's what you consider abhorrent reporting in Minnesota, if you can believe it, Jack.
In an urban environment or at the border, right, you're not going to shoot a missile or a bullet, in an urban environment at some drones. But there are, I think that the Super Bowl had something like 50 to 100, something like unseated airspace, like injections of drones that were not supposed to be there, and you couldn't really do anything. Like DHS couldn't really do anything about it.
Yeah.
So we go forward and we become an option where we're probably the only option in an urban environment where the laser is invisible, it is silent. We can autonomously target, detect, track, and destroy drones that are threatening civilian infrastructure. So that's a great point. That's exactly what we want to do. And when you focus the laser onto target to get a high density, there's a small depth where you get a very, very high density. You also deconflict and defocus past targets. So we have this kind of depth where it's fairly lethal to targets, but then we can deconflict pretty easily as well.
Folks, you have to understand something, understand our movement and the revolutionary nature of what we're attempting to do to restore this to a constitutional republic. Fenton repeated again, President Trump was almost jailed by his own Justice Department in his first term. This just wasn't Jack Smith and Lisa Monaco. They're all demons, and I don't know why we don't have a grand jury right now investigating the whole crap. But the apparatus itself, it's a systemic problem. It's not just a personnel problem. It's a systemic problem. It has to be taken apart brick by brick. And the FBI, I don't know why we don't have the headquarters up for sale. We got to take it apart brick by brick, break the thing up into a couple of pieces, and not, I don't think, be out, doing Instagrams about how great they are. They're not great. And I don't now. I don't care about arresting guys in the top 10 most wanted. That's fine. That's fine. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, when they had the FBI come to my house a few years ago to give me a subpoena. Yeah, I forgive me for thinking this is a little bit personal. We've worked with the FBI. We've actually hired former FBI guys. I don't even want to kind of give credit to the argument, well, there are good people working in the FBI. That is not the point. And there may be good people working in the FBI, but they're scared in the corner and unable to do anything. So it's not about them. The culture rewards corruption, cowardice in terms of ethics and morality. That's what we saw. That's what we see repeatedly. Remember, we got some, and the FBI's got the best PR operation in Washington, D.C., second to none. Every foreign government looking for PR operations in D.C., every corporation, they should look to see what the FBI had. They're untouchable in terms of, you hear anyone in Congress talking about defanging the FBI, even cutting $1 from the FBI? No.
They're afraid. They're intimidated. No, they're intimidated.
So you're telling me a whole tech executive, his wife, his 3 kids, all unalived in this helicopter because the pilot decided to take off and didn't have any fuel? They said the pilot said that they were running out of fuel. Come on now. How did that even happen? Something's not adding up. The guy who was unalived on this helicopter wasn't just a random guy, y'all. His name was Agustin Escobar. He was the CEO of Siemens Spain. That's a major international tech company. It's crazy. They had just landed in New York from Barcelona that morning, and later on in the day was unalived from a helicopter. Out of fuel my ass. How do you fly a whole tourist helicopter over the Hudson River and not know that you were out of fuel? Make it make sense, y'all. Please, make it make sense. They didn't have no emergency route. They didn't have no emergency landing. They don't check shit like that before they even take off. Now, here's the kicker. The people who were eyewitness that said they seen the whole thing said that the helicopter just broke into pieces in mid-air, y'all. They said they heard like a sonic boom. That don't sound like a crash to me. That sound like something hit it or something malfunctioned. Like, how do that even happen? Now, I know helicopters, planes, anything can malfunction, but not out the random. That's why you got routine inspections. So if this thing was at the point of just crumbling like that in midair, how was it even eligible to take off? How was it even eligible for people to get on that jump? So that's not making sense to me, y'all. I'm not saying it's a setup. I'm just saying powerful people seem to disappear or get caught up in situations like this a lot. The history goes deep. Somebody knows something, or I don't know, y'all. Y'all let me know down below in the comments. This shit crazy.
Let me tell you how shady our local news station here is in my town. Right? Everyone knows I own a deli, right? My family owns a deli. And so they called the local news station in Westchester. They called our business to ask if we've been affected by Trump's tariffs, which haven't even been implemented yet. And so my mother talked to them. She said, no, actually, the egg prices are down, gas prices are down, everything is pretty good. They immediately hung up on her. Okay, we'll call you back. So they run and call another place up the street where the person is on the left for sure. And that person, that owner of the business, said, oh yeah, we got to raise our prices 25% at least. Oh yeah. Oh, and of course, News Channel 12 ran that story, not our story, where we said nothing's changed. We all buy local. We don't get anything from China. So then, of course, they go run the story of this guy saying he's got to raise his prices 25%. You got to raise your prices. Are you getting your shit from China? Why are you raising your prices? There's absolutely no reason to raise your prices. Prices aren't going up. Prices haven't gone up. Are you anticipating they might go up? And you're announcing that you're raising your prices 25%. Like, it's just crazy, bro. This is how shady the fucking news is. They're looking for the story that they want. I mean, it's not surprising, but I mean, the right thing to do would have been to run our story, right? We're saying the opposite of what this other person's saying. And if you're going to raise it, this is what is going to happen. Companies are going to raise their prices and just blame it on Trump and say, oh, it's Trump's tariffs. When everything got lowered, there's a 90-day pause on all the tariffs except for China. So what are you raising your prices for if you're not selling anything from China? Shady shit going on for sure.
The 248-page patent for the Moderna technology that was administered to people in the COVID shots was filed in 2020. The patent lists several embodiments or variations of this technology. And while we don't know who got what embodiment, we know that several different batch numbers were deployed, and some were far more deadlier than others. According to the Moderna patent, this technology contains self-assembled nanoparticles, and in certain variations, these nanoparticles can be used for the controlled release of compounds once they are in the human body. These lipid nanoparticles are encapsulated into a polymer hydrogel, a controlled release coating that includes polyvinyls. This has been verified by Anna Mielchia and Clifford Carnicom's research. In a 2013 TEDMed talk, Dr. Ido Bachelet says that these nanorobots have already been successfully developed in Israel, and that they can be injected into the human body with a basic syringe. He shows an image of what they look like, and they appear to be the same structures that the Fifth Column found in their research and claimed was powered by 5G, which was confirmed by Dr. Bachelet.
My team developed nanorobots that carry antennae. These antennae are made from metal nanoparticles. Now, the antenna enabled the nanobots to respond to externally applied electromagnetic fields. So these versions of nanobots can actually be activated with the press of a button on a joystick.
In the following video, it is being discussed by developers in 2015.
The nanorobot we designed and fabricated is a machine that can be programmed to autonomously recognize target cells and deliver payloads to those cells.
The basic idea is to make a cage or a basket that protects a fragile or toxic or precious payload and only releases it when it's at the right moment.
The nanorobot that we designed actually looks like an open-ended barrel or a clamshell that has two halves. So the two halves of this open-ended barrel or clamshell are linked together by flexible DNA hinges, and the entire structure is held shut by latches or locks that are actually DNA double helices. The way it works is that in the absence of the key, which is a molecular protein, the duplexes are held sufficiently strong to maintain the entire structure closed. But when the key is present, that piece of DNA that we designed to recognize that key switches to bind to the key, and the duplex zips open.
The work of Todd Callender's team at VaxChoice.com have concluded that these shots contain a variety of synthetic pathogens that can be released with external 5G frequencies. The Moderna patent describes these nanoparticle mimics, which mimic the delivery of a variety of pathogens, and lists over 100 of them within the patent. And according to the work at VaxChoice, these synthetic pathogens each have an IP address. They are cataloged by the Department of Energy, and they use cesium-137, which we have been contaminated with from the environment, as a building block for their construction within our bodies using external frequency. And their research shows that the Microsoft patent filed in 2020, 060606, cryptocurrency system using body activity data, is now in effect, and that this technology is turning the human body into an antenna which can output energy, meaning that humans are being turned into batteries to fuel the digital AI prison that is being built around us. And if you choose not to comply, the technology includes a built-in kill switch. Thanks to independent researchers and scientists, we are figuring out their agenda, but they continue to walk freely among us, unrestrained by any justice whatsoever. Reporting for InfoWars, this is Greg Reese.
I am so sick of existing in a country with people who wake up every morning and they're like, you know what? I love the Antichrist. The Antichrist is a great guy and I love him and I support all of his decisions. And, you know, you're the one who's confused because the Antichrist is pretty great and he's going to save us. And like, you're the sheep for following the mainstream media and not liking the Antichrist too. And I know every comment on this video is going to be like, you're the one who's confused. It's going to be like major gaslighting like usual. It's going to be like, you're the one who's brainwashed. You're just so manipulated and fooled. Like, I'm tired of having to be told by people every day that the sky isn't blue and that down is up. No, it's not. I'm losing it. I can't.
Your company exports to dozens of countries, including China. Chinese leaders now say they're prepared for a full-on trade war with the United States. If China stops buying Marlin steel, how much of a hit will your business take, or will the tariffs help you in other ways that make up for it?
Tariffs are going to be very good for the American manufacturing worker. We're very excited about this new leveling of the playing field. Right now, when we export, for example, this basket to Germany right here, it's a precision medical basket, a medical device basket. When we ship that to Germany, the German government taxes our clients $128.95 per basket. If a German competitor ships it to America, it's $1.25 per basket. It is so unfair what's happening to the American worker. They can't compete when you have that kind of unlevel playing field. We're talking about an opportunity finally to create a lot of millions of American jobs, middle class jobs, if we could get it fair. We're not looking for something over the German factory workers or the British factory workers, the Chinese factory workers. We just want to be fair. If we're fair, the American technology, creativity, work ethic is going to just do extraordinary things. And we're going to create millions of American jobs with this new paradigm. It's wonderful news.
It would be great to have the American manufacturing base back in the United States. I wonder how you counter the arguments of people such as Vice President J.D. Vance a few years ago. He feels differently now. But a few years ago, he was saying it's less about tariffs and more about automation and education when it comes to manufacturing jobs in the United States. What do you say to that?
Well, absolutely. You have to have automation and you have to have clever manufacturing techniques. You know, we have 7-degreed engineers. We make everything in Baltimore, everything in Indiana, everything in Michigan. We import nothing. But we're using wonderful innovations, novel ideas, coming up with crazy great new products. And then what happens is over in China, they totally cut and paste our innovations and put it on their websites. This is what we're competing against. They're using slave labor to compete against us. They're debasing their currency. The stakes are so unfair for the American worker. Let's just try to have things fair, and we're going to whoop them. We're going to hire millions of people throughout our country. You got to remember, 50% of Americans don't own stock. Millions of Americans don't have $250 in any kind of war chest, emergency fund. Why is that? That's because they're working at jobs where they can't get paid well.
So among those who own stock are your employees, because you offer your employees a 401k match. Have any of them said anything to you about their concerns about the direction of the stock market, particularly any who might be close to retirement?
We absolutely have had a couple people anxious about their stock market, about the stock market. But again, you know, our goal is that we're going to sell millions more dollars, so we have to hire many more people. If we do that, we're going to hire them at very good jobs, with very good pay, wonderful benefits with the 401k match. True, there's some companies that have been buying T-shirts from Vietnam and China, and they're going to have to pay a couple more bucks for a T-shirt. And then the American consumer is going to have to pay more for a T-shirt. That's obviously not pleasant for those American consumers. But I think there's going to be an overwhelming surge of hiring in America as things level out, as American factories ramp up and people have to hire talent, buy machines. We've invested money in buying new machines because we're so enthusiastic, so optimistic about the future. That's going to start happening throughout the nation, and people are going to be leaning into the future. This is a very exciting time for the American manufacturing worker. We're going to be able to pull people from poverty into the middle class that used to not have an avenue. They had no shot at getting into the middle class. We're going to be able to offer them a shot.
If Drew Greenblatt was my CEO, I would actually take lower wages to work for this dude. And the average viewer of CNN can't wrap their minds around this, okay? Remember, CNN caters to rich, white liberals. They don't understand the working class. As a matter of fact, they sell the working class down the river if it means that they get a little more of social clout. That's how terrible these rich white liberals actually are at their core. Their hearts are black, their minds are smooth, and there's nothing going on of value in their own circles. They don't understand that U.S. Steel has degenerated so far that Pittsburgh, by the way, the home of the Steelers, you know, the NFL team, the Steelers no longer represent the working class of Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is now what's the best way to define it? They had to pivot about a decade ago and become one of the more tech-savvy cities. So they're full of these West Coast yuppies, and truth be told, they're not a working-class city anymore. And that's where a whole lot of people have moved from. They've moved from the Rust Belt down south, either because their jobs have dried up or because their jobs have moved elsewhere. That's what happens when Democrat policy strangles you to the point where you can't breathe anymore and you move elsewhere. employer. So Drew Greenblatt is beyond thankful that Donald Trump is trying something different with these tariffs, because he's making the manufacturing era of the Rust Belt dollarable again. This is sort of a problem with the old national parks. Back when we were starting the National Park Service, I'm sorry, I am going somewhere with this tangent. When we started the National Park Service, Congress didn't want to give it any money. They didn't really care about these areas. They wanted to log it and mine it into oblivion. And then presidents came along and said, no, we need to preserve these areas. And finally, someone came up with the idea that let's make these areas dollarable. That means market these areas in a different light. Show that these areas are better than the European Alps. Show that these areas are better than Niagara Falls. Show that these areas out west and east of the country, there are some beautiful places in our eastern seaboard. The Appalachian Mountains, just to name a place. But my point is that in order to make the national parks viable, you needed to make it dollarable. And that's the problem with U.S. manufacturing right now. There is so much money to be had in other nations. Mexico, for instance, NAFTA. After watching a slow decline of our manufacturing arena, after watching a slow decline of our manufacturing, the NAFTA agreement basically made Mexico an incredibly wealthy nation, which they've completely squandered, but they also have been able to take some power from the Chinese nationals and moved it into other parts of Southeast Asia. So that is basic capitalism, that is basic trade, that's history in a nutshell. So there's something deeper going on here that Jake Tapper doesn't fully understand, and that Drew Greenblatt fully understands. And that is a little, almost a throwaway line here that Drew Greenblatt was talking about. And he's talking about what China is trying to do and what they've already done to the American sector. They've basically taken America, they've mined it for information, they've stolen that data, and they're trying to facilitate it there in their own nation, and it's kind of failing. But to reiterate this point, Mr. Wang, which by the way is a CEO of a West Coast-based intelligence company, Mr. Wang cited an anecdote by a former head of research and development for a Fortune 100, not 500, 100 company, who told him that the person he entrusted the most, someone so close that their children grew up together, was eventually found to be on the payroll of the Chinese Communist Party. What does this have to do with tariffs then? Well, simply put, if the Chinese Communist Party is stealing our information, and they're trying to change their own economy to basically eclipse that of the West, particularly the United States, that means that there needs to be something we can do as a nation to deal with them. We can't sanction them like we do with Russia and Belarus, but we can tariff them. That's the whole point and purpose of these tariffs. It's not to punish the American consumer. That's going to happen. That's a terrible byproduct, but it's the best weapon we have in our arsenal. We can't sanction China because too much of world trade is centered around them. So we're going to have to do something different. While they've been stealing our information, while they have been trying to unlock American secrets, which, by the way, that's just good old-fashioned elbow grease in our culture, in Western culture, that the Chinese can't fully comprehend because they got their own thing going on. But the whole point and purpose of these tariffs are an attempt to get back something that which was stolen. Drew Greenblatt understands this, and like I said, if I had to work a different job, I'd love to work for this dude, and I'd work for lower wages, even though it's in the state of Maryland, which is poorly run by Democrats, because we know Democrats can't govern, but that's the sad truth of this whole situation. These tariffs are an attempt to bring back something that was stolen. Okay? I think that's the best way I can put this, but let me know what you think down in the comments below. Let me know if tariffs are hitting you yet, because we need to see what we can do to bring back a middle-class style job like manufacturing in order to make America wealthy again, in order to make people in Appalachia, in the Rust Belt, have some good jobs for the next 20, 35 years in order to ensure that their families have food on the table and property that they can own. That's the American dream here.
Wake up Australia, this is how it starts. So Lakemba Mosque has put in a request to broadcast the Muslim call to prayer all across the suburb on loudspeakers. Their argument is that because 61% of the suburb is Muslim and 68% were born overseas. If the argument is that we're the majority in this area, so our customs should be imposed publicly, then when does this exactly stop? What if next alcohol is banned in bottle shops because it offends religious beliefs? Or women are told to dress modestly in public because it's not culturally appropriate? Or schools being pressured to remove music, dancing, and specific topics from the curriculum not to offend religious values. This is the textbook definition of a slippery slope. Today it's a loudspeaker, tomorrow it's your lifestyle being dictated by religious majoritarianism. We live in a secular democracy, and if we start bending the rules for one religious group, we open up the floodgates that challenge our very freedoms. And if we don't draw the line here, we won't have a line left to draw.
Meghan Markle, such a joy sitting down with you. And you brought your wife, Harry, with you. This is great. Now, Meghan, you are a powerful woman. We are lucky to have women like you and that Snow White actress just blazing a trail of what's possible. And you had your own show released on Netflix last month. The show stars you. It's all about you and your very authentic lifestyle. And people absolutely hated it. What did you think of that?
This is not a surprise to anybody. It's really sad that it's got to this point.
Shut up, Harry. Remember what she's taught you. You are not to speak unless spoken to. I mean, this guy, clout chasing his amazing wife. I mean, how'd that make you feel when he just tried to steal your well-deserved spotlight again?
I just didn't want to be alive anymore.
Your own husband making you even more oppressed. I don't know how you handle it, Meghan. But back to your show. People called it disingenuous, fake, staged. They say you're a bully and that you make them cringe. How'd you feel when feedback on your shows started coming in?
Look, I was really ashamed to say it at the time and ashamed to have to admit it to Harry, especially.
Do you think your show could have done better if you weren't being held back by this Nancy boy? Yeah, such a loser compared to you. Do you think your career as a whole would be worse off with or without Harry?
With Harry.
Yeah, agreed. But Meghan, with the value that you bring the world on your quest to become famous for being famous, I guarantee your next show will be a great success, especially if you ditch this loser. Now, before you left Twatface's royal family, how was it being treated like royalty all the time?
It was really hard.
Oh, I bet it was. Harry, her and your family hated each other. What was the deal? You may speak now.
The way that I saw it was, there is a way of doing things, but for us, for this union and the specifics around her race.
Wait a minute, what? Her race? I think she's just white. What are you talking about?
There's a lot to work through there.
Do you actually play some kind of I'm 8% something else race card?
Potentially, and what that would mean or look like.
Huh. Well, it looks like you're white with a mediocre tan. So just be a good person and don't worry about race. By the way, you know your royal family had your mom killed, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever talked to your family about doing the same thing to her?
That conversation I'm never going to share.
Meghan, rumor has it that you make fun of him for having a dead mom, which gets misconstrued as bullying. But nonetheless, why do you do that?
Because I know how much loss he's suffered.
Yeah, it kind of just makes it easier to get under his skin, right? Now, Harry, the world knows that you act like a castrated beta male around your amazing wife. Now, was this pattern developed in you because she's a domineering bitch or because you were already a little bitch when you met?
It was both.
Oh, it was both. Well, Meghan Markle, thank you for sitting down with me. You are a beloved star, and may I say, America is a better place for having you in it. All right, that's a wrap here. Yes, Tom Homan, please. Yeah, Tom, they're both right in front of me if you wanted to know. Get out of here. Hey, are you tired of feeling tired? Are you guilty of hitting the snooze button and then slamming your head right back on the pillow? If you're at all like me with all the problems you take care of at work, at home, with family, with friends, it's no wonder you feel tired all the time. You probably take care of a lot of different things. But if you really stop and think about it, who takes care of you? Well, Magnesium Breakthrough is an all-natural supplement that helps you reduce fatigue and sleep more peacefully. It even strengthens your muscles and helps improve your heart function. And while most magnesium supplements on the market aren't full spectrum, Magnesium Breakthrough is the only magnesium supplement on the market that offers optimal ratios of all 7 essential forms of magnesium. Imagine having the strength and energy to get out of bed every day and face your day boldly and courageously. And to be able to show up as your best self and keep your energy up throughout the day and into the night. That's why I've been taking Magnesium Breakthrough religiously for the past 4 years. So if you want to feel more energy and get the best night's sleep you've had in, well, probably a long time, give Magnesium Breakthrough a try. For an exclusive offer, go to bioptimizers.com/JP and use code AWAKEN to get 10% off at checkout. And if you subscribe, not only will you get amazing discounts and free gifts, you'll also ensure your monthly supply is guaranteed. That's bioptimizers.com/JP. Use code AWAKEN.
Things you can say while playing golf that you can't say about your partner.
Whew, that divot's going to be hard to fill.
Can't believe it took that long to get into the hole.
Excuse me. Mind if I play through?
That was the one golf joke I had.
Well, these balls aren't going to clean themselves.
They gotta trim this. I'm always getting stuck in the rough.
This is too much. I'm just going to stop at 9.
I didn't know it was open to the public.
Great. Now we've got enough for a foursome.
Yeah. Really dry this time of year.
If you're rich, it doesn't matter. I'm doing this for the country. I'm doing it for the people. I don't know if you know it, George Washington. He ran his business simultaneously while he was president. Many other presidents, there weren't too many really rich presidents, but there were a few. They ran their business. Hey, Obama made a deal for a book. Is that running a business? I'm sure he didn't even discuss it while he was president. He has a deal with Netflix. When did they start talking about that? That's only, a couple of examples. But other presidents, if you look, other presidents were wealthy. Not huge wealth. George Washington was actually considered a very, very rich man at the time. But they ran their businesses. George Washington, they say, had 2 desks. He had a presidential desk and a business desk. I don't think you people with this phony emoluments clause, and by the way, I would say that it's cost me anywhere from $2 to $5 billion to be president. And that's okay. Between what I lose and what I could have made, I would have made a fortune. If I just ran my business, I was doing it really well. I have a great business. I have the best properties. But between what I lose, and in all fairness, some properties, Doral an example. Doral was setting records when I bought it, because I owned it for a period of time. Setting records. It was there was nothing like it. It was making a fortune. And then what happened? I announced I'm going to run for office, right? And all of a sudden, I say, we're going to build a wall, we're going to have borders, we're going to have this, we're going to have that. All of a sudden, some people didn't like it. They thought the rhetoric was too tough. And it went from doing great to doing fine. It does very nicely now. It's actually coming back, I understand, very strongly. But Doral was setting records. And I knew this would happen. Most of the stuff that I have, because now instead of having 100% of the market that loves you and they love your brand and it's luxury and it's great, now you have 50% of the market. That's called politics. I fully understood that. So it's cost me between $2 billion and $5 billion. And if I had it to do again, I'd do it in an instant. Because who cares? If you can afford it, what difference does it make? If I had this to do again, because I'm making a big difference for the country. The country is stronger now than it's been in many years, maybe ever. Our military is rebuilt. Our economy is hitting records. As I said, best unemployment numbers, best employment numbers. We're strong. We're bringing our soldiers back home from the endless wars. We're doing great. So whether I lost $2 billion, $5 billion, more or less, doesn't make any difference to me. I don't care. If you're rich, it doesn't matter. I'm doing this for the country. I'm doing it for the people that show up. I haven't had an empty seat at a rally. I always say, where's the rally? It's in a certain place. Okay, just get the biggest arena. I go into these massive basketball arenas like in Dallas where the Mavericks play and fill it up and set a record. I've set a record almost every place I've been because we just need a little small stage. We don't need basketball courts, ice hockey courts. And I take less than musicians because they have bands. I don't have band. I set the world record for somebody without a guitar, okay? I don't have bands, right? So that's the story. And you know, those people are the poll. And I've had great polls. I've had my best polls now. I think it's because people think that it's terrible what they're doing. Pelosi, Shifty Schiff, Schumer, these people are trying to destroy the country. It's a very bad thing what they're doing. The President of the United States should be allowed to run the country, not have to focus on this kind of crap, while at the same time doing a great job on Syria and Turkey and all of the other things that we're doing. North Korea, okay, maybe someday, but I'll tell you what, if somebody else became president with that same mindset that they had, you'd right now be in a big war with North Korea. You don't hear too much about it. Could happen. Could happen. I don't know. I always say, who knows? It's deals. Who knows? But in the meantime, North Korea's, I like him. He likes me. We get along. I respect him. He respects me. You could end up in a war. President Obama told me that. He said, the biggest problem, I don't know how to solve it. He told me he doesn't know how to solve it. I said, did you ever call him? No. Actually, he tried 11 times. But the man on the other side, the gentleman on the other side, did not take his call. Okay? Lack of respect. But he takes my call. Thank you very much, everybody.
The true value of Doge is it is putting in black and white what I have warned you about for years and years and years and years. And now the American people, the normies, are just now finding out what you already knew. American communism, from the street level all the way to the top, is paid for and organized. Not organic, never, ever organic, never popular. Communism has never been popular. It's always lies, propaganda, all the time. Paid for, organized. But wait, there's more. There's one little extra little cherry to put on top of that sundae. It's paid for by you. That's what hurts the most. Paid for by you. Eric Schmidt put something out there a little bit today. There was a leftist in Portland. His name is Davis Lauren Nafshun. You don't know who that is. Don't worry about that. He was arrested on March 29th after he allegedly tried to blind staff working inside of a Tesla showroom with a green laser. Allegedly, this dude, he grabbed this laser and shining it in people's eyes, trying to blind the staff, just people working at a Tesla dealership. Eric Schmidt, senator from Missouri, did some digging. And here's what he said. And surprise, he was working at a taxpayer-funded NGO. In 2023, his employer received over $16.3 million in government grants. American communism is not only not organic, it's paid for, it's organized, and it's paid for by you.
Legitimate, some of it's not, but you know, it definitely is. There's a lot of legitimate supply for sure, right, from employees or SPVs, et cetera. The transfer restriction side actually hits on like this whole dynamic, right? And this actually all goes back to the Facebook days. So in the 90s and early 2000s, companies only had a right of first refusal, and that was sufficient to discourage random buyers. Facebook was obviously a popular consumer business and the first to go to tens of billions of dollars enterprise value in the private markets, and there wasn't as much money in venture back then. So the company lost control of its cap table because the volume of shares that traded was well beyond what the company or existing investors could purchase. And so you basically just had a lot of outsiders being able to buy, right? Because there's a ton of demand. The existing investors, weren't able to just use a ROFR as a way to buy it and control it. And so once other venture companies saw this, they implemented basically blanket transfer restrictions. And that has been the default ever since. And so you have to understand, like, the entire benefit of being private is that companies can choose who they give information to and allow the cap table. No founder wants an activist investor. And if you control your cap table, it's kind of no longer your choice. And so transfer restrictions have sort of been the default.
In terms of the lawfare, there's got to be accountability for it, because otherwise, I don't think you're going to. I'm not worried about Democrats coming in and these agencies getting out of control and abusing. I'm worried about anyone getting back in. Remember, Trump was almost jailed during the Trump administration. So it's not a question of the partisan president or the partisan nature of the president or the party of the president. It's a question of, are these agencies subject to the rule of law? There's no evidence the FBI thinks it's subject to the rule of law, and the DOJ was an absolute threat and defends everything. But people don't understand. The Justice Department defends everything lawless in the government, in the federal government. That's their job. Anytime you have a complaint about what the government does, you can always count the DOJ to be there to defend it. So there's got to be a kind of an understanding of what's happening here. And I think Trump understands it, but he's got a lot of things on his plate. And this is where Kash Patel and Pam Bondi need to take a much more aggressive and expansive have an expansive understanding in this great history of the country as to what their opportunities and roles here are. I remember talking to an historian about what was the difference between the founders and the current group of politicians. And their view was they understood where they were in history and understood it very carefully and worked to live up to the historical roles they understood they have. And I think Pam and Kash understand that somewhat, but it's our role, and the role of the citizenry is to remind them of that and bolster them, help them.
Yeah, it is. But repeat what you said. It's not them. The point is, go back to what you just said. Folks, you have to understand something. Understand our movement and the revolutionary nature we're attempting to do to restore this to a constitutional republic. Fenton, repeat it again. President Trump was almost jailed by his own Justice Department in his first term. This just wasn't Jack Smith and Lisa Monaco. They're all demons, and I don't know why we don't have a grand jury right now investigating the whole crap. But the apparatus itself, it's a systemic problem. It's not just a personnel problem. It's a systemic problem. It has to be taken apart brick by brick. And the FBI, I don't know why we don't have the headquarters up for sale. We got to take it apart brick by brick, break the thing up into a couple of pieces, and not, I don't think, be out, doing Instagrams about how great they are. They're not great. And I don't I don't care about arresting guys in the top 10 most wanted. That's fine. That's fine. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, they had the FBI come to my house a few years ago to give me a subpoena. Yeah, I forgive me for thinking this is a little bit personal. We've worked with the FBI. We've actually hired former FBI guys. I don't even want to kind of give credit to the argument, well, there are good people working in the FBI. That is not the point. And there may be good people working in the FBI, but they're scared in the corner and unable to do anything. So it's not about them. The culture rewards corruption, cowardice in terms of ethics and morality. That's what we saw. That's what we see repeatedly.
Joe Rogan has been humbled. Commentator and author Douglas Murray appeared on the #1 podcast in the world, The Joe Rogan Experience, where he spectacularly called out Joe Rogan for giving more airtime to anti-Israel guests since the October 7, 2023 Hamas terror attack on Israel.
Since the war in Israel began, and since the war in Ukraine began, you've had quite a lot of people who are very against both in different ways.
Yes.
Do you think you've had enough people on who are supportive of the war?
I don't know that word enough, if that's a good word.
Let's say enough people who are on the side of Israel instead of wild critics.
Well, I've had a few. I mean, I believe God Sad is on the side of Israel. For sure. Jordan is on the side of Israel.
Mike Baker, Coleman Hughes.
Yeah.
Coleman did it for like 20 minutes. That wasn't why he was here.
No, I mean, none of them is why they're here. It's a good question.
Do you think you've tilted one way?
Me personally?
No, just with the guests you've
The
had.
guests, yeah, probably more tilted towards the idea that perhaps the way they've done it is barbaric.
But why do you think that is? Just out of interest. I'm just interested in your selection of guests because you're like the world's number one podcast.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think about it that way. I just think I'd like to talk to this person.
But can I just,
Yeah,
sorry, it's your
sure,
show,
sure,
but if you're going to interview historians of the conflict or historians in general, why would you get somebody like Ian Carroll? Or,
Yeah.
Online commentators applauded Douglas Murray for his courage to go where no one has gone before, with this person saying, Douglas Murray does what few men alive would dare. He calls out Joe Rogan in his own studio. This person agrees, saying Joe Rogan is finally getting the criticism he deserves. Douglas Murray should be running the world. Murray then demolished Rogan's other guest, comedian turned pro-Palestine commentator Dave Smith, after he revealed he had never actually been to Israel, despite condemning them for the past 18 months.
I've been plenty of
There was
times.
no deficit?
No, there are
No
plenty
goods were
of,
kept out?
There are plenty. How many? Have you been to the crossing points?
No.
When were you last there at all?
I've never been.
You've never been?
Well, am I not allowed to talk about it now? I've never been to. Have you ever been to Nazi Germany? Are you allowed to have feelings about them?
You can't time travel, but you
Well,
can.
right.
But you can travel.
Okay, but so what? So what's the point? Like,
No,
okay.
I find that
lots
very...
of people have been there and agree with me, and lots of people have been there and agree with you.
Yeah, but
so
if
I don't
you're
know
going
what
to
the.
spend a year and a half talking about a place, you should at least do the courtesy of visiting it.
All right. I just think this is a non-argument.
You don't
but
think?
Okay. No, I think it's a non-argument.
But if you're an ex,
Well, you have to go and touch the ground. To
no,
be
I
able to
think
talk
you have
about
to
it?
see. I think it's a good idea to see stuff, particularly if you
okay.
spend a career talking about something. Yes.
Commentators were split on the exchange, with this person saying, "You totally missed the point, you muppet." He is purporting himself an expert on what is happening now, but has not even made any effort to be there and find out, unlike Douglas Murray, who has. This person disagrees, saying, "This is a low blow from Douglas. He's struggling to get him on actual points, so he tries to belittle his authority with his non-argument. Bad faith from Murray." Philosopher Sam Harris also weighed in and agreed with Douglas Murray, saying Joe Rogan has good intentions but is out of his depth.
Joe is a genuinely good guy who wants good things for people, but he is honestly in over his head on so many topics of great consequence, right? When he brings someone on to just shoot the shit about how the Holocaust is not what you think it was, right? Maybe Churchill's the bad guy in World War II.
Is that Tucker?
Or he's got Dave Smith, being treated as an expert on Israel and Palestine and the history of that conflict and the moral emergency that came to the world's attention on October 7th. And what is appropriate to think in the aftermath of all of that, right? Dave Smith is the only reason why anyone knows what Dave Smith thinks about any of this is very likely because Joe had him on multiple times to talk about it, right? He's a pure misinformation artist and on top of many others. And when Joe talks to someone like Trump or Tucker Carlson or any of these other guys who lie as freely as they breathe and doesn't push back against any of their lies. In fact, in Trump's case, really fairly energetically helped put his lies into the most plausible possible shape. It is irresponsible. I mean, it is directly harmful. Our society is as politically shattered as it is in part because of how Joe has interacted with information.
Douglas.
Greetings from Washington. Here's an update on what happened at the Capitol this week. President Trump's latest executive orders on coal production are a huge victory for Wyoming, for our industries, and for every person in the country who wants access to affordable and reliable energy. As co-chair of the Coal Caucus, I've led efforts to overturn the Buffalo RMP and expand leasing in the Powder River Basin, policies that are included in the president's executive order. He is also streamlining coal leasing, providing for royalty relief, and boosting our exports. Coal is the energy of the future, and Wyoming is leading the way. Democrats continue to endanger the republic by pushing for open border policies and allowing illegal aliens to vote. To guarantee election integrity, House Republicans passed the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility, or SAVE Act, of which I am a co-sponsor. This bill ensures only U.S. citizens can vote. The law amends the National Voter Registration Act by requiring states to verify U.S. citizenship when registering individuals to vote in federal elections. It also mandates the removal of non-citizens from voter rolls and punishes officials who knowingly register them. The House and Senate have also now passed a budget to deliver on America First priorities. Voters gave us a mandate to rein in spending, secure our borders, and grow our economy. Moving forward with yet another step in the budget process allows us to implement our foundational priorities, such as repealing costly Inflation Reduction Act provisions, reducing federal coal royalties, ending coal leasing restrictions, and slashing burdensome regulations. I had the opportunity to spend a substantial amount of time with President Trump this past week to discuss Wyoming's priorities and how to include them in the budget reconciliation process. I can assure you that your voice is heard in Washington, and I will continue to push for policies that support Wyoming's businesses, industries, and families. I am looking forward to being back in Wyoming for the Easter break to celebrate family, faith, and the resurrection. Spring truly is a time of renewal. I hope that you are able to spend time with the ones that you love as well. I will have the opportunity to be with my granddaughters, my 101-year-old mother, and my 3-month-old great-nephew Coburn, among dozens of other family members. It really will be glorious. If you need assistance with a federal agency or any constituent services, please visit my website at hageman.house.gov. To stay up to date, you can subscribe to my newsletter or follow me on social media at Rep. Hageman. I look forward to being back in Wyoming and seeing you soon.
As a teenager, he had a flourishing career as a radio actor, known for his impersonations. He was also valedictorian of his high school class and was fluent in 12 languages, including Chinese, Russian, and Korean. He graduated from Columbia University at age 19 and earned a master's degree from Yale at 21. His name was Sorrel Book, and before the world knew him as the scheming and corrupt Boss Hogg on the Dukes of Hazzard, he served as a counterintelligence officer in the U.S. Army during the Korean War. His specialty was interrogating captured Korean and Chinese soldiers, reviewing transmissions between China and Korea, and debriefing returned and escaped American prisoners of war. Book was also a topography expert, analyzing terrain that was favorable for advancing versus defending, a critical role during the war. "I'm just an ordinary guy from Buffalo," is all he would say about his time in the Army. "Sorrel was the most gracious and humble man I've ever met," said Duke's co-star James Best.
He was also running the field office in Michigan, where many of the defendants were let go after they were accused of attempting to kidnap the governor, because the vast majority of them were undercover FBI confidential informants.
It's not just as simple as saying, okay, hey, go and find these documents, we'll declassify them and release them tomorrow. As you can imagine, the more we dig, the more we find.
It was 1 in 10,000 children autism, and now it's 1 in 31. Not 31,000, 31.
Crazy.
That's a horrible statistic, isn't it?
Senator Mark Kelly, a Democrat from Arizona, got obliterated today by Joe Kent, who was sitting for his confirmation hearings. And what's so interesting about this clip is that Mark Kelly apparently knows nothing about January 6th or about all the confidential human sources that were there undercover at the scene. In fact, during the Proud Boys trial that we covered here at length, their defense team identified as many as 50 people who were government adjacent during the trial of 5 Proud Boys. So almost 10 times as many people were there as there were criminal sedition conspirators who were being charged by the government. We've known this has existed for a long time. We want the records. At some point, Joe Kent is hopefully going to help us get them. But here's Mark Kelly getting embarrassed by Joe.
This concerns January 6th. Do you believe that the violence on January 6th was intentionally organized or directed?
Still under investigation. We're looking into whether elements of the government could have enhanced the criminal acuity of some of the riots. rioters that day.
So you've said on Twitter that the FBI and the intelligence community were involved in planning and directing the riot. Is that correct?
Sounds like something I said, yeah.
What evidence do you have for that claim?
So we've already identified that there were multiple confidential human informants ran by the FBI and other law enforcement agencies that were present in the crowd that day, directing, removing barriers, those types of things. This has been investigated widely. We're continuing to look into it. I would say the FBI and other elements of the law enforcement apparatus attempted to suppress the fact that there was undercover confidential human informants that were part of these different groups. We also had intelligence leading up to January 6th that there was going to be violence that day. So that speaks to some degree of intelligence infiltration into some of these groups and organizations.
Who within the FBI?
We're looking into that right now.
Which departments of the FBI?
Probably the Washington field office.
So you believe the Washington field office was involved in the planning of the violence in the building next door on January 6th?
It's being looked into. I mean, look, we had
And who is looking into it?
We are in the intelligence community. Yeah, we're looking into it right now.
And do you believe that the IC conducts actions of this nature against Americans?
Does the IC, both the FBI and other law enforcement agencies, in trapping individuals? If you look at who was running the Washington field office during January 6th, it was Stephen D'Antuono. He was also running the field office in Michigan, where many of the defendants were let go after they were accused of attempting to kidnap the governor, because the vast majority of them were undercover FBI confidential informants. So unfortunately, this behavior does happen by members of law enforcement and the intelligence community, and it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we are transparent with the American people.
Mr. Kent, would you be willing to share this evidence of this investigation with this committee?
I look forward to it, Senator.
Yeah, maybe you should actually read it there, Mark. A lot of this has been known for a long time, and Mark Kelly sounds like he's never even heard of it. Are you saying the FBI may have been involved in planning some of it? What? They brought him out there. They were communicating with them, bringing them to D.C., facilitating their trips to D.C. Mark, senator from Arizona. Embarrassing. Now, we also had more. Tulsi Gabbard was out saying, we've got more evidence of more government corruption. Okay, we talked about hacked machines and more. Here's Tulsi explaining, we're looking into that too.
We're investigating. We have the best of the best going after this. Election integrity being one of them. We have evidence of how these electronic voting systems have been vulnerable to hackers for a very long time and vulnerable to exploitation to manipulate the results of the votes being cast, which further drives forward your mandate to bring about paper ballots across the country so that voters can have faith in the integrity of our elections.
Nice update from Tulsi, because we do have concerns about a lot of that. But she was also on with Sean Hannity, and Sean was asking her about the files, the documents. Where are the Epstein files? Where are the RFK Sr.? Where are the MLK files? Lots of files we'd like to get our hands on. And there's a lot of other materials we'd like to get our hands on, like the assassination attempts and much more. Where are they?
Thank you, Sean. It's good to be here on your show and really featuring the work that we're doing here at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. You know, the American people's trust in the intelligence community has been eroded and undermined really for decades. There have been intelligence failures, abuses of power, weaponization and politicization of the intelligence that the community provides. You talked about some of the examples of the things that our team that is made up of some of the most talented intelligence officers across the community who love our country and who have been so disgusted and betrayed by leaders who have weaponized it to serve their own political or personal interests. You've gone down a list of many of the things that we're doing. I'll mention a few here. First, you're right. It's not just as simple as saying, okay, hey, go and find these documents. We'll declassify them and release them tomorrow. As you can imagine, the more we dig, the more we find. And we see how people are sometimes, in some cases, resistant to providing us with those documents. In other cases, they have been hidden with the hopes that no one would ever find them.
Okay, well, hopefully you find them and release them. Now, someone else who I hope gives us some documents on this situation is RFK Jr., speaking to him, who said, we're going to know by September what is causing this massive autism problem all across America. And I've heard him speak about this before, tracing the date back to 1989, saying that something happened about that time. Something happened with the food, something happened with the technology, something happened with the medicine, with the preservatives, who knows what, but he traces it back. You can see it almost like as a source date. Autism, 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 boom! Chronic illnesses all over the place. Exploded back in the late 1980s. Why is that? RFK Jr. says he's going to get us some answers soon.
We are going at your direction. We are going to know by September. We've launched a massive testing and research effort that's going to involve hundreds of scientists from around the world. By September, we will know what has caused the autism epidemic, and we'll be able to eliminate those exposures.
So big. Think of that. So it was 1 in 10,000 children, autism, and now it's 1 in 31. Not 31,000, 31.
Crazy.
That's a horrible statistic, isn't it? And there's got to be something artificial out there that's doing this. So you think you're going to have a pretty good idea, huh?
We will know by September.
There will be no bigger news conference than that. So that's
huge.
It. If you can come up with that answer where you stop taking something, you stop eating something, or maybe it's a shot, but something's causing it. It can't be from 10,000 to, can you imagine that, Marco? That's a big number. Thank you very much. You're doing
Okay,
great.
so good news on that. No more shots. We're good on the shots. We'll just have something else we got to do on that one. But it could be a lot of things, right? It could be all the electromagnetic stuff. It could be the air that we're breathing, right? Something's going on. Who knows what it is? Something in the water. Who knows? But we're excited to see what the results are. So lots of information hopefully coming soon from RFK, from Cash, from Dan Bongino, from RFK Jr. I think I said him a couple times already. But you get the point. We're waiting for it. We're going to be here to cover it when it drops.
I left there with the feeling, I would say even a half hour in to the show, I think the reaction that we're getting, I've had a lot of debates where the reaction is overwhelmingly that I won the debate. In this particular case, it's just that he lost it. Like, it wasn't even that I beat him in the debate. He started out with a 40-minute struggle session for Joe Rogan that just contained probably the longest stretched logical fallacy I've ever seen anyone open a debate with. Just a naked appeal to authority, completely unclear with what he was saying. He came in, so in this struggle session with Joe Rogan, I couldn't make this up. This is barely before I presented any thought or argument or opinion. I think it was before that. He comes in with this long that is an appeal to authority, an appeal to expertise. You're having these non-experts talk about issues that experts should talk about. And I'm not saying they should be censored, and I'm not saying they shouldn't talk about it, but they're talking about it and they're acting like they're experts. How are they acting like they're experts? Because they're talking about it. And when they're talking about it, it was just the most ridiculous argument, the most pompous, elitist, but essentially telling the host of the show and the entire audience, your opinion doesn't matter. Like, it was just a strategy to me that was like, you want to make everyone think you're a pompous asshole? It was wild. In there, sandwiched in this appeal to expertise, he trashes Daryl Cooper and Ian Carroll, whose names he doesn't even know, and admits that he's never consumed any of their material before. Yet he's trashing them and then claiming that you can only talk about these issues if you have expertise. Then when he's asked, does he have expertise? He goes, well, in some things. Do you talk about things you don't have expertise in? Yeah, all the time I talk about things I don't have expertise in. Okay, well, why can you do that? Oh, you're not even understanding my point. It was just like the most wild thing. And it just became clear as the show went on that Douglas Murray came to do anything but debate me. Like, that was the theme of the entire show. He was there to do every single thing except have an exchange of ideas with me. Everything. It was either I'm going to go on, these long appeal to authority, or I'm going to play ridiculous semantics games with you. Like when I say we're at war, you'll say, we at war, and you're not at war. Your military is having an action, and you're not. And just contradicting himself constantly. The things instead of ever taking on my argument, he would think it was a big blow to be like, you haven't been there. You haven't been there. You don't have expertise. It's so bizarre because it's like, this would be, look, I'm not saying I would agree with it, but at least it would make sense if Douglas Murray refused to debate me and then made a video about why he wouldn't debate me. And in the video, he said, because he doesn't have expertise and because he hasn't been there and because, okay. But once you agree to the debate, you can't just say, I have expertise and you don't have expertise. You can't spend 40 minutes on that. It's like, demonstrate it, motherfucker. If you've been there and that gives you some greater insight, then demonstrate that and win the argument and counter what I'm saying. He would never, the entire thing, it was straw man. He would argue against what other people are saying. If I said, the NED and the USAID poured $100 million into the Maidan protests in 2014, he'd go, sometimes libertarians speak as if everything that happens in the world is done by America. And really, there are no other actors and nobody else has agency. And I'm like, what? No, all the people there have agency. Also, the U.S. poured $100 million into a street putsch that overthrew a democratically elected government. Like what? No matter who I'd say, dude, his big like blows that he tried to land were, I'm not an expert, but I present myself as an expert. And then I said, I don't claim to be an expert. And he said, see, that's the problem. I haven't been there. I haven't been to Israel. So therefore, well, I don't know. Can't comment on it. And then at the end, what I literally cited that the supreme commander of the NATO forces and the four-star general Wesley Clark said that the plans to overthrow 7 different governments came from Paul Wolfowitz. And he said, I shouldn't say Paul Wolfowitz because that'll make people hate Jews or something like that. I can't mention the deputy defense secretary. Anyway, I don't know. You could tell me what you thought of it, but I don't really think I particularly won the debate. I think he just showed up trying to do anything he could not to debate. It was transparent. People could see through it. It was smug and condescending. And that's why the reaction is what it is.